To bring my own record. So now let's talk about you. I noticed you're going for contesting for Miss Nigeria and I voted, so I have. So like I just tell me about it. Miss World rather.
Yes.
So tell me about it.
I'm contesting for Miss World Nigeria
okay.
2025.
Oh.
It's actually for many known as the most beautiful girl in Nigeria. Yeah, so they just changed the rebranded and now it's called Miss World Nigeria. Why am I attempting Miss World Nigeria? We dare to dream. You all know that. And I'm attempting Miss World Nigeria to even give the world a bigger avenue to be a part of my community, with Dare to Dream community, such that everyone who has a dream and everyone who is willing to dare to dream can be a part of an active, a positive, and a progressive community whereby you are constantly inspired to dare to dream and whereby you are empowered by leaders in different sectors and support you and give you what you need to be able to achieve and pursue your dreams. So basically, it's just a progression of what I have started, and just having a bigger audience to push the advocacy.
That's a good platform. Okay, so like, is there any projects you may be looking at working on, any thing you want to change in the society, or like something you want to bring up or like start new in the society? Is there any new projects you have so far?
We Dare to Dream community, and that is what I'm doing. Soon we are going to be having biannual event whereby we are going to be having people from all over Nigeria and all over the world. In fact, all over the world coming. And then you're going to be meeting with industry leaders. You get to ask them questions, and then we plan on having mentorship. So you are going to have a membership card, and you might be lucky enough to be selected by one of the industry leaders to get direct mentorship from them. So that's the plan. We are launching very soon.
Oh,
you
good.
should enroll.
Yes, I will.
You should enroll.
I will definitely enroll. So now, is there any like, are you looking at any new record you want to like? Do you, because of the process, do you really think you want to like get into anyone again?
No,
for
not now. You guys now.
You've tried really. So is there any other thing you stand to achieve after now, apart from Miss World Nigeria? Is there any other projects you
they say time sees reveal everything.
Sure.
I want my supporters, my community to stay glued, to keep watching, because I'm going to be in all of your faces for as long as the Lord gives me grace to keep living on earth. So yes, keep watching and stay tuned.
Okay. So after this, let's just say your team and supporters you've had so far, are they like, is it something like you want to still hold on to? For example, you've had good supporters. I'm really happy for that, and you have people here as well that have like helped you throughout the whole process. So are they like, how will I put this now? What will you say, like advice, or what will you applaud to like your supporters and your team members and people that have helped you come this far? So like any word you have to say to them and all.
Truth is, I see so many of my supporters and my team members as family now, and that's actually very important to me. One thing that saved me and helped me during my record is the gift of relationship. There were a lot of things that got fixed and got sorted out because I had people who saw what I was saying, who believed, and then who sacrificed to be a part of it. So I want to say a very big thank you to everybody that has been following me, everybody that has been a part of my journey, and everybody that will be a part of my journey in days and years to come. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful, and God bless you.
Okay, thank you. So is there another word like you'd like to share to us, and any other thing you want us to do? Maybe vote for you, for this word, and all like that. Anything you want to share?
Everyone, please, I am Ololade Ayelabola, proudly representing Oyo State, contestant number 20. You can go to Instagram at the Miss World Nigeria page. You would find a link attached to their bio. Kindly click on the link, scroll down to contestant number 20 and vote for me. And guess what? Voting is unlimited. A vote costs 200 naira. You can vote up to 500 times, 1,000 times, 5,000 times, as many as you want. Let's go to the world and let's create and make a change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was lovely. Okay, so now let's go on a short break. We'll be right after now. So guys, we're going on a short break. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. So before we end this game, let's take like just 60 seconds, 10 questions for 60 seconds.
Let's get
so
right
garbage
into
in,
it.
garbage out.
Okay.
So favorite celebrity couple?
I love the Ateres and the Okopi.
Oh, good. So most outstanding day of your life?
I think every day has been outstanding for me, and that's the truth.
Okay. So football, basketball?
Football.
Oh, you prefer it?
Yes.
Okay. So favorite relaxation sport?
On my bed.
Your bed?
Yes.
So movies and novels?
Movies.
Okay.
I used to be a fan of novels, and that I had like a library full of novels, but movies, please.
Okay.
I think these days.
It's faster. So a favorite city or place like you dream of to go to?
What's that place again?
Zanzibar?
Zanzibar.
Okay,
Yes,
good. For
Zanzibar.
summer, banging.
Yes.
I know. So let's say favorite indoor sport?
My house.
Okay. Favorite food?
Amala ewedu begiri shapit near
Very good. So mention one thing on your bucket list you'd like to take off.
Miss World Nigeria, Miss World Global.
And you will get it.
Amen.
So if you're given $10,000 to stay in a well-furnished apartment for a month without anybody, maybe just food and internet, will you stay without stepping out? $10,000.
1 month.
Should we make it 6?
I know, don't make it 6. So
that means you can stay without.
I can. I think I will stay. You know the money.
Anybody?
I will
Without
take it.
anybody.
Without anybody.
Yes, just you.
Just me.
And food and
Food. There's Wi-Fi.
Yes, Wi-Fi.
There's.
You take it.
Everybody will be fine without me. I'm taking vacation, so
Yes.
they'll just assume I'm not around.
Sure. So it's a yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so thank you so much for coming.
Thank
I'm
you.
really happy seeing you, and I've learned like so much from you and everything, and I wish
Glad you are.
you well and
Thank
going
you
ahead
so
and all.
much.
Thank you so much. So guys, that's all we can take on this episode. Thank you so much for staying with us. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.
Bye.
I always say this, that all Bahrainis have pearl diving in their blood. Mainly all the families that moved from the Arabian Gulf or from Iran's coast or Iraq's coast and came to Bahrain to live here were divers. So it was the best place to come work as a diver. So a lot of the families here will always have someone in their family that is either a pearl diver or someone who helped in the pearl diving industry. Bahrain has always been the pearl hub in this region, mainly because it's one of the most shallowest areas. It's an island. Most of the people who resided here were working in the pearl diving industries. Most of our traditions will have to do with the pearl diving industry. For instance, the pearl diving singer, the folk of the pearl diving, this has been passed down for generations. We still sing the same songs. It was mainly done to create morale on the boat.
البحرين مشهورة بصناعة جوا البيت، كانوا يستخدمون حق الغوص حسب المنتنس، يعني إذا أنت تصينها أنت عندك 100 سنة.
هو جلسات البحائر تكلمون عن اللؤلؤ، عن الصيد، عن مصطلح البحر كامل.
المهنة هي طلب رزق مثل ما قلت لك في البدايه، لكن انا بالنسبه اقول الحمد لله، ولكن هي بعد طبعا رزق وفيها حيويه ونشاط وصحه حق الجسم بعد كمان.
In taking out tourists, I always used to ask people, who are you finding the pearl for? And when the answer was, for my mama, the pearl gets bigger for some reason. I'm one of the people who, without having guidance from my parents or my family to fall in love with pearl diving, I wasn't taught by anyone, because the generation before us were not allowed to dive when they were young, because since the oil was discovered, all the jobs moved to the oil industry. The risk of diving and pearl diving was very high. So it was not recommended or not wanted from the parents that you say, I'm going to go work in the sea. It was one of the no-nos for our parents' generations and probably even like our granddads. There was a gap, a very long gap, maybe from the 50s till probably 2010, 12. Since 2017 in particular, when they created the pearl diving license for the pearl divers, a lot of the ones who signed up were people who don't know anything about pearl diving. Now, 7 years down the line, the majority of people in Bahrain have gone back and got in touch with that aspect, and it wasn't handed down by their parents. It was us wanting to create a new system. Even our diving techniques have changed compared to the old ones. Even the way we sell pearls has changed. So the new system is created by the new generation. A lot of Bahrainis are into the pearl diving. There's more than 1,000 divers now registered and pearl diving on a daily basis to create an income for themselves. A lot of people are worried that the new generations are depleting the beds because they have new technology, for instance, scuba diving, and so that people think that they will be able to collect more oysters and find more pearls. It's actually the opposite. Because of us using the scuba diving, and it refines you on a certain time. You're only allowed 3 dives a day due to decompression sickness and other problems that could occur. Hopefully, if God gives me the health, I will definitely try to go back to pearl diving as a regular basis, as it's very fulfilling.
aquellas personas que llegan en primer lugar a una escena donde se cometió un delito o un crimen contra la vida silvestre. Es importante que este primer respondiente sepa qué hacer el momento que llega a este escenario. La cadena de custodia es un procedimiento integral.
Como funcionaria que soy, tengo varias actividades, el de realizar rescates de vida silvestre, el de realizar charlas de educación ambiental a comunidades. En esta provincia es la segunda provincia más grande del Ecuador. Tenemos grandes porcentajes de tráfico de vida silvestre, tenencia de vida silvestre. Hice una retención de una monita choronga. Su valoración era súper grave, una delgadez, una desnutrición muy grave. En primera instancia se pudo ganar este juicio. Como bióloga yo valoro, les doy los cuidados necesarios. Es muy importante tener estas capacitaciones para nosotros como funcionarios, saber cómo dar a conocer y dar el proceso debidamente como se tiene que llevar a cabo una retención.
Me dedico a la conservación de los ecosistemas frágiles de mi área protegida y pues estoy aquí realizando un taller de capacitación en el tema del manejo de la cadena de custodia. Es importante llamar a la ciudadanía para que no comercialice vida silvestre y si es que la ciudadanía ve estos delitos, pueda denunciarlos al ECO 911 y poder coordinar el rescate de estos animales o los procesos correspondientes.
My name is Omotoyosi Olarewaju Ogunlende. I'm an artist. I study art from the Yaba College of Technology, where I did my OND and my HND. And I graduated from the Department of Art. I majored in sculpture. My father used to love art though. He's late now, may his soul rest in peace. And my mom didn't give me any issues about me practicing art or not. So basically, I've got art inside me from while I was a child. I used to draw back then, and my mom used to sell some of my drawings for me in church. So I've had art in me basically. So I'm a born artist. Well, like I said, I started while I was a child. I started drawing from comics, I pick up comics and I draw, and that's how I knew I think I've got some art skills in me basically. So art has been inside of me basically. if you're asking for string art, basically I've been doing string art in a very short while now, say like 3-4 years now. Yeah, basically I've been doing string art. I ran into string art in I think 2016. Yes, at an art conference where I went with a brother of mine. I saw this dude he was just stringing on the wall, like on a long stretch. No particular design. He was just from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, like that continuously. And it formed this rays of different colors. And I was so, it caught my attention. And I didn't even ask the guy what's his name. I didn't have any conversation with the guy. I just saw it. I took pictures that I lost some of them. I can't even find them any longer. So I just saw it and I was wondering, I came back to Nigeria and I was wondering, okay, that art that I saw, what's it called? What is it called? And I just went on Google and I was like, is it thread art? Is it nail art? Is it string art? And voila! And I saw different forms of string art, from normal, simple artworks created and into portraiture, and I'm like, wow, this is amazing. And that's how I found myself into it. Following, different artists who are into string art via social media, and it has been a wonderful followership and understudying some string artists in the diaspora. Now, what made me focus on string art? Basically, I saw it as a different form of art. A form of art that you can liken to painting on canvas, you can liken to sculpture, you can liken to watercolor and the likes of it. So that's what I focused it because it wasn't that known, if I should say that, in this part of the world, in Nigeria. It wasn't that known in Nigeria, and it's still not known yet though. Well, achievement basically, Bella Africana had an award sometimes, I think 2017.
It's a pleasure to have you join News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Okpeyemi Owoshini. Suspected herdsmen have again stepped up violent attacks as no fewer than 3 communities in the Otokpo local government area of Benue State were attacked on Wednesday. The communities affected during the fresh attacks include Emichi, Oduduaje and Opamaju, all in Otokpo, where 5 persons were killed in February 2025. The communities came under simultaneous attacks just a day after the killing of 11 persons at Otobi community, also in Otokpo local government area. Wednesday's attack came hours after Governor Hayisen Talia confirmed the arrest of 3 suspected herders in connection with the invasion of Otobi village on Tuesday night. The local government chairman, Maxwell Ogiri, confirmed the attack on the 3 communities, saying that the attackers stormed the communities at the time when the Commissioner of Police was still at the Ochioma Palace over the previous day's attack on Otobi. He added that 3 people sustained injury in the attacks on the 3 communities, leading to women and children abandoning the communities for fear of being killed. And former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has criticized President Bola Tinubu for staying in France when there are urgent national issues deserving his attention in Nigeria. In a statement issued on Wednesday by his media office, Abubakar said the office is in a full-blown state of emergency, citing the killings in Plateau and Benue State and the resurgence of Boko Haram terrorists in Borno. On April 2nd, Tinubu departed for France on a 2-week working visit, but the opposition parties has knocked the president over the trip and asked him to return to Nigeria to address the spiraling insecurity in the country. Still on security, hundreds of suspected Boko Haram members have been arrested in Lagos State. The commander of the Civilian Joint Task Force in Lagos, Kumar Sanda, has disclosed. Kumar made the revelation on Wednesday while speaking at an award ceremony in Lagos, where he highlighted the CJTF's ongoing effort to prevent the infiltration of Boko Haram insurgents and bandits fleeing the north into Lagos State. At the event held at the Airport Hotel Lagos, Kumar received the Best Security Group in Lagos award from the Nigerian human rights community. He affirmed the CJTF's commitment to upholding the mandate of the Lagos State government to ensure that the state does not become a haven for insurgents escaping military operations in the northern part of the country. Away from security now, the former governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, has petitioned the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, over alleged defamatory statements made against him by the suspended senator representing Kogi Central, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. In his petition, written and signed by his solicitor, N.A. Abubakar, to the IGP on Wednesday, Bello called on the Nigerian police force under Egbetokun's leadership to invite Senator Natasha to substantiate allegations against him with credible evidence. He said that the utterances made against the former governor were not only false, reckless and inciting, but they constitute serious criminal defamation, false accusation and incitement to public disorder, all of which are offences under the Nigerian law. The sole administrator of Rivers State, retired Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas, has denied summoning Siminalayi Fubara, the suspended governor of the state, and his deputy Ngozi Odu. On Tuesday, reports claimed that the sole administrator summoned Fubara to appear before a panel of inquiry regarding the appointments he made before his suspension. However, in a statement issued on Wednesday by Day Friday, the permanent secretary in the office of the secretary to the Rivers State government, he described the report as a malicious fabrication. Friday urged the public to disregard the report, adding that it is the work of troublemakers seeking to destabilize Rivers State. Still in Rivers, the ad hoc committee under the state oversight has invited the state sole administrator, retired Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas, to appear before it on Thursday for an interactive session. The session will take place at 4 p.m. in room 414 of the House of Representatives' new building at the National Complex in Abuja. This was disclosed in a statement issued by the spokesman of the House, Akin Rotimi, on Wednesday. Now, this comes after a 21-member committee chaired by the House leader, Julius Inyobere, was inaugurated by the Speaker of the House, Abbas Tajuddin, on Tuesday. Well, let's now move to Lagos State, where Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has urged stakeholders in the energy sector to focus more on the sustainability and generation of 24 hours uninterrupted power supply for economic development. The governor said this at the maiden edition of the Lagos Energy Summit. He emphasized the need for collaboration to ensure clean energy to drive growth of the small and medium-scale enterprises in the state. The Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources, Biodun Ogunleye, in his opening remarks, noted that quality research and analysis will be done to assess the needs of residents and deliver energy requirements that would benefit them.
Vision is simply yet ambitious. Is to make Lagos a 24/7 by a clean, reliable, and affordable energy. I think the word affordability there, it's a very strong word. The vision aligns with the global climate goals, Nigeria's energy transition objective, and our commitment to building a resilient and sustainable future for generations to come. The generations are here, they are just waiting to kick us out. And if we do nothing, they will certainly not forgive us. We believe to achieve this vision, we have to take bold steps at repositioning Lagos and I dare say other subnationals in energy reform. Following the enactment of the Lagos Electricity Law, we inaugurated the Lagos Electricity Regulatory Commission last week, an independent regulatory to oversee licensing and control within our electricity market. Additionally, we have established the Lagos State Independent Systems Operator to manage grid operations within the state, optimize power distribution. We believe it will promote system stability, it will enhance transparency and reliability. We believe these institutions are critical for our long-term vision of a self-sufficient and reliant electricity sector, one that is responsive to the needs of our people and that will attract investors.
And still in Lagos, the state government has unveiled the state's newly constructed commercial court of the High Court. The court, located at Takpa, Lagos Island, will serve as an institutional tool for enforcing physical and regulatory responsibility to the state and citizens. The governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, at the unveiling, described the new court as a game changer with cutting-edge technology, where economic barriers and business disputes will be addressed for economic growth. Sanwo-Olu said the court would bring a new era in speedy dispensation of justice within months.
To our business community, we have heard you loud and clear. We have provided what you wanted. And as a listening government, we take all of your feedback from us. We know all your frustration of protracted long litigation, bureaucratic hurdles. We want to say to you that those times are over today. We have turned a new page. This court, we believe, is engineered to streamline commercial dispute resolution. We believe it will eliminate unnecessary delays, and we believe it will prioritize merit. This, we believe, underscores the Lagos State commitment to fostering not just what we say, but a truly business-friendly environment that commences work for everyone. This initiative goes beyond just an infrastructure or a legal system. It is about our people. It is about our thriving entrepreneurs. It is about our young, dynamic population. It's about our innovators, our thinkers and our doers. It's about the future of commerce, economy, of Africa's model megacity. It's about small, large businesses. It's about ensuring that we put our economy on a total forward-looking that is not reversible. It is for every Lagosian resident who will benefit from a thriving commercial landscape.
And amidst the current security challenges which continues to pose daily threats in Borno State, women are rising above the odds with remarkable resilience and determination to work. In this report, we captured the story of Rita Nwosu, who has defied societal expectations to become the first known female tricycle rider in our community. TV360's correspondent Solomon Josiah has more.
Rita Nwosu boldly ventured into the male-dominated transport business, driven by a desire to make a difference and support her family after her unsuccessful attempt in series of business. Today, she navigates the streets of Maiduguri with pride. Her tricycle symbolizes not just a source of livelihood, but also a beacon of strength and progress for women in conflict-affected areas.
I have run several businesses which did not favor me before I decided to go into a business, different business that is not common to women. So when I started it 2022, it was like a joke. The first time I started, it was like a joke. People see me, what is this woman doing? Does she think she can do this? This is not the type of work or business that women do. But you know, when you decide to do something without looking about what the society say or without looking about what people say about you, business that will give you joy, a business that you do with so much happiness and courage in you. So that is what led me to this business, and a business that will encourage other women also.
Supported by her husband and family, Nwosu's story is one of the perseverance, empowerment, and a challenge to traditional gender roles. Speaking about her experience, she remains comfortable and committed to her work despite criticism and challenges.
There was a day in Baga Road, someone gave me a hot slap for no good reason. Because I was driving, you know how Baga Road is. For me to clear on the way, the person could not hold on. He just have to jump down from his vehicle and gave me a dirty slap. That day I cried through the night. But I did not give up because I know my aim. I know what I'm targeting. I did not give up. I continued. So that is the challenges I face. And you know, the keke is also an old one. At times I end up there in the mechanic from morning to night. The next day you continue. That is just it. I'm not ashamed of doing what I'm doing. I am not ashamed at all. As long as I go out every morning and I work, and God bless me that day, I come back and I buy something to feed my family. I am happy.
Passengers who have patronized Nwosu commended her courage, resilience, and work ethic, describing her as a symbol of agility and determination in a region striving for peace and inclusion.
She is one of the most resilient and dedicated women I have ever known. From the moment I met her, I noticed how committed she is to whatever she set her mind to. She rides her tricycle every day with ease and confidence. Never once I have seen her struggle. It is honestly inspiring to watch.
The same man like this, doing this kind of work. So it means that woman have that kind of man. At least what a man can do, a man can do better than this at least. So it's so appreciative. You understand? So I'm so happy to see her like that.
Nwosu's story serves as a powerful reminder that even in the face of adversity, determination and resilience can break barriers. As more women like her step into unconventional roles, they not only redefine societal norms but also inspire a new generation to pursue their dreams, no matter the odds. Solomon Josiah, TV360, Borno.
The Nigeria Union of Journalists FCC Council has urged media practitioners to avoid misinformation and remain committed to responsible journalism. The call was made during a vibrant Easter cantata held at the NUJ Secretariat in Abuja, where journalists and stakeholders gathered to reflect on unity, reform, and national renewal. Speaking at the event, the chairman of the House Committee on Customs and Exercise, Leke Abejide, urged the media to support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed up agenda, describing journalists as key drivers of national development. Also speaking, the FCC Commissioner of Police, CP Ajao Adewale, emphasized that accurate reporting is vital to maintaining peace and public trust, while NUJ FCC Chairman Grace Ike reiterated the union's commitment to professionalism, truth, and national unity.
To pilot this developmental stride, there is need for unity of purpose from globally and locally inclined institutions to work in tandem with programs consistent with our developmental agenda, like NUJ. Government need to work with you, you need to work with the government, so that we can both get what we want for this unity that we are looking for, and for the prosperity of the nation.
Information is power, and it can be used negatively or positively. You have the power to set the agenda, and when you set it positively, the nation will progress. If you use it the other way around, it can snowball into crisis. I want to appeal to you. Let us continue to practice what I describe as responsive journalism. That is proactive, that is developmental.
As journalists, we have a unique role in promoting unity by sharing stories that inspire, educate, and unite our communities. The transformative power of journalism. Journalism has the power to transform societies by highlighting truth, promoting understanding, and advocating for justice. Let us continue to uphold the highest standard of unity, integrity, and journalism, using our platform to foster a culture of peace, tolerance, and mutual respect. As we celebrate Easter, let us renew our commitment to these values.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletin or for more update, you can catch us on Limex or TV and AVO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online.
Corruption not in my country.
Cut. All right. What's your name again? Kemi?
Yes, sir.
Good. Are you ready for us for next week?
Yes, sir.
Next.
No, sir. No.
What? Look, what we need here is one who can speak fluent English. Give her a chance.
I need a angel to hold me. Hold me, my beautiful angel.
Cut! It is angel, not angel. Please, I'm done with you. Excuse us. Kemi was far better.
It's not about our rendition. It's not about our performance here. By the time she and her friends join us in our hotel rooms, you will know how far.
Can I have her phone?
She has a robust profile.
Real robust profile. I do not undercut professional ethics. It is an act of corruption. Not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
Stop corruption.
And in the world of business, Nigeria and South Africa have signed a memorandum of understanding to boost cooperation in the mining sector. The agreement was reached during a bilateral meeting between Dele Alake, the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, and Gwede Mantashe, South Africa's Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, held in Abuja. The MOU, which outlines key areas of collaboration along the implementation timelines, is part of effort to solidify the partnership established through the Nigeria and South Africa Binational Commission, inaugurated by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa. Still on business, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission have vowed to hunt down operators of Ponzi schemes nationwide. The Nigerian government agencies disclosed this on Wednesday following the collapse of digital asset platform CBEX. The SEC, however, revealed that it had yet to receive formal complaint about the collapsed digital asset platform, while the EFCC said individuals who invested in the CBEX digital trading platform will get their money back. CBEC, which claimed to use artificial intelligence for trading in crypto and promised 100% returns in 30 days, collapsed on Monday with an estimated 1.3 trillion naira lost. Now, reacting to this, financial analyst Feyi Fawayimi says regulations will not stop Nigerians from patronizing Ponzi schemes. According to him, Nigerians will continue to fall victim due to the economic situation in the country.
Thank you. That's a good question. I think there are many factors at play here, and one of them is the way people can form communities, which are sort of black holes, and those communities are not visible to anybody until something bad happens. So people can gather on the internet of like-minded people, and sometimes, like-minded people, they can go wrong in the sense that everybody in the group thinks the same way, right? So there's this Yoruba saying that, everyone is sleeping and facing the same direction. And I think that's kind of like what happens here, whereby you have communities form of like-minded people who are all thinking the same way, who are all looking for the same thing, and there is really nobody in those groups that is able to say, hang on a minute, there's something wrong in here, and obviously we have regulatory problems in the sense that our regulators are very reactive. They don't seem to think of being proactive and prevention as part of their job. So it's a multitude of factors. Obviously, people want to make money quickly. Everything else seems hard. And when an easy opportunity comes up, people jump on it. Sometimes people even know that these things are dangerous, but they want to go into it because they think that if I get in early, I might be able to get out early and I won't be one of the victims. But in the end, they never tell you when a Ponzi scheme is going to end. So I think one thing we always have to realize about regulation is that regulation is for people who are going to keep to the law, right? So if you and I, for example, and the government says don't kill people or something, it is really for people who are not going to, but people who are criminals or who are fraudsters, the regulation does not matter to them. It doesn't matter. A fraudster is not going to say, okay, the law has changed, maybe I shouldn't do this fraud anymore. Rather, what they will find is another way to get around even the new regulations. So the people who are going to break the law, who are going to be fraudsters, are going to continue. The regulation is not going to stop them. So that's the first thing. I think what the regulator needs to do, regardless of what the latest law or what the latest thing is, to be a bit more proactive. Now, CBEX has blown up. People have lost money. All the regulators and the police, everyone is coming out and saying, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. I mean, some of these things can be prevented. CBEX, it happened openly. People were talking about it on Twitter, and everyone knew that, look, this thing looks dangerous, but the regulator never said anything. So now that it has blown up, the regulator is now showing up. That going forward, there will be another one tomorrow. I mean, there's a whole long list of Ponzi schemes that have happened in Nigeria. We need a regulator who can kind of have a forward-looking view, can be proactive. Regulators can be monitoring social media. They can have they can develop tools to monitor social media. When they start seeing something, is gaining some kind of traction, that is the time to step in and say, start warning people like, look, there's something going on here, or investigate. What is the use now when the regulator comes out after everyone has lost their money, people have destroyed buildings and all of that? I mean, the next fraudster, the next Ponzi scheme is not going to say, Nigeria has a new Investment Securities Act 2025. Maybe I'm not going to launch this Ponzi scheme anymore because of this new act. That's not going to happen. That's just not how things work. So unless if the regulator really wants to be useful in this conversation and wants to be helpful, they have to develop tools to be proactive, monitor things. These things are being talked about on social media. You are hearing about the people heard about all this stuff. People heard about this thing. They were talking about it openly. Obviously it has blown up now because the scheme has ended. But no matter what the law is, no matter what the regulation is, the regulator needs to be on the front foot and be a bit more proactive.
And oil prices extended gains on Thursday on the prospect of tighter supply after the Washington imposed further sanctions to curb Iranian oil trade, and as some OPEC producers pledged more output cut to compensate for pumping above agreed quotas. Brent crude futures rose 56 cents to $66 a barrel, and US WTI was at $63 a barrel, up 65 cents. Now, both benchmarks settled 2% higher on Wednesday at their highest level since April 3rd and are on track for their first weekly rise in 3. Now, Thursday is the last settlement day of the week ahead of the Good Friday and Easter holidays. And on the foreign scene, California is suing the United States government over Donald Trump's on-again, off-again tariffs the governor and attorney general disclosed on Wednesday, claiming that the American president does not have the right to impose on them. Now, this move marks the strongest pushback yet against the tariff rollout that has sent global stock markets into meltdown and has left businesses across the U.S. fretting about uncertainty. With 40 million people and a large outward-facing economic account for 14% of United States GDP, California looks set to bear the brunt of the economic damage forecasts expect from recent gyrations. And Colombia has declared a national health and economic emergency over a deadly yellow fever outbreak, with the government urging people to get vaccinated and take precautions while traveling over Easter weekend. At least 34 people have died among 74 confirmed cases since the start of the year, according to the Minister of Health, Guillermo Jaramalu, announced on Wednesday. The mosquito-borne virus, which typically causes fever, muscle pain, nausea, and headache, is endemic to multiple countries in South America, including Colombia, where the current outbreak has had a high mortality rate. And on sports, World 100 meters hurdles record holder Tobi Amusan has been officially listed among the entrants for the 2025 Diamond League season opener in China, as she begins her quest for another title-winning campaign on the global circuit. The entry list for the Xiamen meeting, published on Tuesday, confirms Amusan's participation in what is said to be a highly competitive field. The event will take place on April 26, 2025 at the Egret Stadium and will feature 9 track and 7 field events in the main program, marking the 3rd edition of the Chinese leg of the prestigious athletics series. Still on sports, Arsenal staved off Champions League holders Real Madrid superstars and reached history of unlikely comeback to snatch a 2-1 victory on Wednesday and also reached the semi-finals with a superb 5-1 aggregate triumph. The Gunners' 3-0 quarter-final leg triumph last week gave them a vital cushion in the Spanish capital as they made the Final Four for the first time since 2009, where they will face Paris Saint-Germain. The defending champion and record 15-time European winner fell short of the last 4 for the first time since 2020. And that wraps up our news bulletin on News Now at this time. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okpayemi Owosheni. See you next time.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
da kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ga hamada saboda ni na ɗauka waya
kamar yanzu kamar anan yana cikin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona hamada
gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan ka babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi kana tafiya wani gangare in ka shiga ko ka gani ka sai ya fi da kana tona ma ba za ka kama karuwa yake
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed. Rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadejia Nguru wetlands.
ina magana akan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, duk da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na takwarawa hamada mu dai faru na gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zaune har zuwa Gumsi ita ce su faru da kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwa da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan ta dai hamada ta riga ta cika cikin wannan lokacin gama ta yi nisa ta ci sosai ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba amma bangaren gwamnati
the challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan?
Akwai.
Na je kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka gaba kayya na?
Kai kamar 100.
Wato wanda suka bar nan wajen.
Take kaɗan ɗin.
A sanadiyan wannan. To ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. If they move southwards for water and for grazing the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent. More often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They will have to move. They will have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While if during the rainy season approach, they go north. No, since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
Ruwan baɗi irin na ba, saboda ruwan kowa ya ji fadama bai sha ruwa ba, gashi kuma ga gurare gonaki ko ina fili ya ƙare ba gurin ki yau to shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin mu anan mun yi da mu da su akan mu kore su. muka yi mu kore su abun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarin sa abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da baki kuma bakin nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga jiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka su yaran suna gabar ni ina tafiya gun su gabar su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin
shinkafa
kai kana so ka iso wajen su
su kuma wannan
shan makiyaye kuma sai suka zargu
a cikin gona
sai suka zargu suka fara harbi
sai suka kama harbi suna harbi na suna jifa ni ban sani ba ma ni da na gani haka dai ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba ban gani ba ma ashe wai su harbi suke sai na fasa tafiya gun yara sai na tafi gun yara fulani din to ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbin sa ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa. Shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan. Sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda. Kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya taho da gudu. Sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu. Adda? Da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa. Ya yanke itacen. Kuma ya yanke hannu. Hannun yanzu haka babu, yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi. Ba zai zama hannu ba.
To shi ne wannan kibiya ɗin kibiyan kenan?
Shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi.
Kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su. Amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 ɗin abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa.
Kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa. Wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba. To dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda Fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su. Suka shiga ka zauna kuma abin da saura shinkawan masu ma rashin kiyawa da mai suka shiga shinkawa mutane suna ci an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfi mu gaskiya mu na maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. They are also facing more problems from herders, whose cattle graze on the farms closer to town before harvest is done.
To gaskiya wannan dai inda dai dade da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba. Da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da Fulani ne duk dai ba wanda za a ce ba.
Kowa ya yi taka rawa ciki.
Gaskiya ne.
Yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun? Ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abin hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tunda datin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin su da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12 da akwai ruwa baya amma zuwa
koranta za su sosai ba sa ɗaukan sa kamar wani muhimmanci.
Gona biyu haka aka ce gona biyu aka ce kowanne a baya ina samun 30 gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama.
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
That all affected the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm. 90%. Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I pay me more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Okay, kana ka dauka
babu sun cinye ne yayi mu ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton
da aka mutu a cikin su.
To a tsarin mu na uku kare na ba sai mu ya ga
a gaba da wannan.
The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani comes because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su manoma duk sun je sun tattare sun je sun yi shuke da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An kashe burtali da sauransu. Mun hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashi hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. In suka zo kuma ba sa tsoron ɓannatar da kayan mutane, kuma ba sa tsoron faɗa.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing roads, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they knew nothing apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again?
Seed.
Seed most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga darar mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da rigar da samu a cikin kwari.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air.
Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems. And it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period. of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these. We'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially, what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements. And they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and this will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food. More like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain because this is not all about. We've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Good day, beautiful people. Welcome once again to your favorite program, our favorite program, The Conversation, coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name is Nelson Ekujumi, and I have here with me in the studio today Comrade Alhaji Razak Kolade Olukoba, popularly called Comrade Olukoba. You're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for joining us on the program today.
It's a pleasure being with you.
Well, yeah, beautiful people, our viewers, it's a great day again today in Lagos, Nigeria. And the conversation, like we all know, is a topical issues program that introspects or, discusses about happenings in Nigeria and in the diaspora. Top of the bill today, we want to look at the political alignment and realignment that we have started seeing pre-2027. Just some weeks back, the former governor of Kaduna State, as well as a member of the APC, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, resigned his membership of the APC and jumped ship to the PDP, to the SDP. And since then, he has called on his fellow people in his shoes who might want to, to come on board the SDP with him. And we also saw former Vice President Atiku Abubakar also address a press conference. And out there, what is on the public space now is that they are talking of a mega party. Some are calling it major, And for me, the cloud looks easy in view of the fact that this is the garden of strange bedfellows, if you ask me. And looking at this coalition, I can tell you for free, as a keen or a political observer or watcher in Nigeria, that the only reason why Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is calling for this merger is to be able to actualize his ambition.
Political ambition.
And so, anybody coming into a merger that has Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, don't forget, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, as we speak, is still a bona fide member of the PDP. So, if Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is calling for a merger, a coalition of forces, and all they are saying, that is one thing that baffles me, is that all they are saying is that they want to wrestle power from the APC. And we are asking, is it about wrestling power from the APC, or you want to come into office and do better than the APC? So it tells you clearly their mindset. And I still recollect pre-2023 election, when Alhaji Atiku Abubakar in one of his public engagements said, if he gets into power, the first people he will take care of are his friends. Meaning that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar political ambition is to feather the nest or oil the interests of his friends first and foremost. Then maybe the interests of Nigerians may come in second or last.
Second later.
Or I don't know.
Well, you see, the alignment and realignment that is taking place not only limited to people living in APC. There are also people that are also joining APC.
APC, yeah, the other way, yeah, yes.
The
PDP gubernatorial aspirant
has joined the APC.
Returned to APC.
And in other states also, there are other people who are either leaving or joining one party or the other.
Yes.
And there's a rumor that Raul may also become a member of another political party. We don't know.
But he has resigned his membership of the APC. He's no longer there.
So that is for sure. We have to warn the incumbents to be careful. APC is not my party. But the way you run your political party will determine the quality of your democracy. The quality of your democracy will determine the quality of your governance.
Absolutely.
So that's why you must pay attention to political parties.
I agree.
That we have to run it properly.
Because we run a party-based democracy.
The democracy.
So a healthy party democracy will bring about a healthy democracy for us.
So it's an umbilical cord.
Yes, I agree.
So the topic you are bringing up today has a lot of things to do with our life.
Absolutely.
It's not, you are not that for point for bringing this for discussion. Why I said AP should be very careful is because the rickety nature of alliance APC had when Jonathan was there looked like this too, and they did wonder. But
no, I don't think so. Wait,
let me line. But Tinubu is not a careless person.
Okay.
He's not a careless politician. That is why I know that APC might not have many issues. The way President run the affair of a country at times determine a lot of things about his victory in election. Jonathan was fidgety at a point as a president. The person he made the INEC chairman, the IG of police, all these things contribute to your victory in election. I didn't handle it very well. That was why he lost. So coming to Buhari, no. Buhari is a thorough politician. No, let me learn. Okay. Buhari is a thorough politician. And that's why APC, that we felt weak, we become weak in the second tenure of Buhari, it became stronger. When Buhari was leaving, we thought that was going to shatter APC into pieces. He did it too. So, but that does not say that we don't have to call a note of warning to them, that we have to be very careful.
Take chances.
Not the chances. The way they run the sentiment of Nigerians and manipulate it is a concern. But politics of those days, people look beyond sentiment these days. People look at performance. And as we talk...
But even in looking at performance, you must also take the sentiment into...
Yes,
you don't jettison it to...
Yes,
it's very, very critical.
Very important. As we talk, the student loan is not a facade.
Yes, it's real.
The base of a beneficiary is expanding by
the day, yes.
Price of life is fluctuating now.
Yeah.
Security situation is also getting better.
Better, yes.
And the government is looking in the direction of state police. The power sector, a lot of states are reluctant, but many states are picking up that courageous move to begin to generate power.
Because it has
power has been. So the picture is getting clearer, better.
Yes, clearer, yes.
So if you want to wrap up sentiment, intelligent and patriotic Nigeria will say that no. It's not as if we didn't see anything though. It might not be as fast as we thought. But things are getting better.
Yes.
That is going to be a plus for Tinubu in the coming election.
Yes.
And between now and the next 1 or 2 years, there are things we will see I've been able to do so that he'll be able to showcase in his campaign that look at my track record. And I said it's not a careless person. I know very, 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 very well that he has his own political strategy. It's in place and is implementing it. But PDP is in disarray. They are no longer a strong opposition.
That an opposition now.
That
PDP is divided though. They are factionalized.
That rickety state they are is not a good condition for them to go to any election for now. They are in trouble. But SDP might be the natural platform for people. That's why I said, Erufai coming in, other people might want to.
But what is the political weight of a Erufai in the SDP? This was a man.
No, it's the president that I say we should. Maybe might have the courage of not wanting to come to. That's why I say you have to be very careful. You don't just assume and conclude that.
No, absolutely, yes.
So if Erufai comes, he's going to embolden others who might say, if I want to leave a PDP, I better go to APC. But because he's in SDP now, if I want to join, and that is why the door of membership for APC should be wide open. And I think that is the reason why GD is able to come in easily. And other people are also be going into APC in other states. So they should look at their own mechanism of getting more people inside and be more committed to their programs. Economic, on power sector, security,
infrastructure. For example,
yes.
When you talked about the achievements of the President Bola Ahmed, you look at the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. Look at the level of rate of work.
The Sokoto Lagos is also
the Ogbomoso Ilorin Highway has been awarded now because the former contractor failed to live up to expectation. So, but before going into
and
that,
all the states in the country that are ABCs are not doing bad at all. If you look
yes.
For over 2 weeks now, Sanwo-Olu has been commissioning projects
everywhere in Lagos. You look at an Ekiti state, the same thing is happening. Yes.
Another region too, in the north,
even in the east. You talk about the Peter Mbai in So, Comrade Local, but where I want to disagree with you is that you talked about why President Goodluck Jonathan lost in 2015. President Goodluck Jonathan lost in 2015 because of misgovernance. President Goodluck Jonathan lost in 2015 because he mismanaged the goodwill with which he came into office. This was a precedent under whose watch Boko Haram were controlling about almost 20 local governments.
And that's why I say it's fidgety.
No, it's not about fidgety.
The decision he needs to take
look,
to curb insecurity,
yes.
he didn't take that decision.
You talked about the...
Even on policies at times.
You talked about the...
Look at, okay, if he's not fidgety, what is subsidy doing at his own time?
No,
if he's not fidgety.
You know, people have tried to always remind us that in 2012, we took to the streets. You and I were actively involved.
Of course.
Because he removed subsidy. And I've tried to educate them. I said, look, what we had with Jonathan was that we wanted to have an intellectual discussion about this subsidy. And while Jonathan was pretending to listen to us, he went and did something else. And because we told him in 2010, when Goodluck Jonathan took over from late Yaradua, if I remember vividly, because I wrote an article on it, the amount of money being used to service the fuel subsidy regime was less than 300 billion naira in a year. When Jonathan became president in 2010, when Yaradua died, it rose to about 700 billion.
Yes.
Then by 2011, Jonathan said it was now about 1.3, and we said no, Mr. President, there's fraud in this thing, in this scheme. And Jonathan was pretending as if we were talking to the Marines, only for us to wake up on October 1, 2012, and realize that President Goodluck Jonathan had removed the subsidy and increased the petrol pump price. Because the major reason why we fought President Goodluck Jonathan, I think our viewers, I want them to understand, was that President Goodluck Jonathan did not show good faith with the resources of the Nigerian people as president. President Goodluck Jonathan, I remember a conversation former Senate President Bukola Saraki said he had with him, that he told him that this fuel subsidy is a scam. And President Goodluck Jonathan told him that, Senator, then he was not saying, he said the oil business is very oily. So President Goodluck Jonathan was a leader that when you identify a problem to him, the man doesn't know what to do.
I told you,
he will just say, leave it like that.
No, you understand, the man is fidgety. He's fidgety because he look at the complication of the consequence of what he might want to do.
Yes.
So the way out,
he was not decisive.
The way out is very rocky. He doesn't want to.
He doesn't want to rock any boat. So he wants things to go as usual.
Even the kind of person who make an INEC president, the profile, everything, you should examine it very well. So those were the things, and like all this you have also mentioned, is majorly part of it. So eventually, when the coalition came, it was easy for the coalition. It was a walkover.
Yes, but it was a walkover. Yes, he himself knew it.
But
that's why the election was.
When Buhari came on board, he surrounded himself with people who were authorities on political matters. So any coalition is dead on arrival. So, and part of the kitchen cabinet, politically of Buhari that time, that didn't make coalition work against his own government. It's not a president. So, in my mind, I know that the coalition will have a rough time to succeed. But they have to be very careful. They have to warn them. They have to be. So, all this concern that we are raising is not because we are member of any of their party, but because it's our responsibility to make sure that
issues.
All the political parties are healthy.
Yes,
so that democracy can fledge and can have good governance.
Absolutely,
and that's the essence.
I agree with you. I agree. You know, the other day when before the Supreme Court gave a ruling on the secretaryship of the PDP between Ude Okoye and Samuel Anyanwu, you know, we were concerned, and even the case of Rivers State, that the president that was a state controlled by the PDP. If the PDP had been a healthy party, they would have been able to
work
resolve.
out how to resolve it.
Look at the
Yes.
look at the crisis that happened in the Lagos State House of Assembly. The APC, as the ruling party, was able to call all the gladiators and everything. You know, was resolved amicably.
As sensitive as it is.
Yes. So I agree with you absolutely that a viral democracy requires the critical ingredient of viral political parties. When political parties become one-man business or about one man's interest, or only about when they are, because when the APC unseated the PDP in power, the APC was the opposition. They were not at the center. But since the APC has destroyed the PDP from the center, it's like because of the lack of accessibility to resources, PDP is sinking.
They are now in tatters.
They are now in tatters.
Just because they don't have access to our national covers.
Yes, so I think that is a wake-up call to...
And that's a very bad motivation.
It's a very, very bad one. You can say that again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we want to go on a short break. You are still watching the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You are still watching the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name remains Nesina Kujimi, and I still have with me in the studio Comrade Razak Kolade Olokoba. Comrade Olokoba, thank you for staying with us.
Thank you very much.
Yes, in this, we want to quickly look at, we want to go into sports. And it is the 2026 World Cup qualifiers, the African qualifiers that we are going into. Nigeria, your Nigeria, our Nigeria, some hours ago, faltered in the 2026 World Cup qualification bid. The 2026 World Cup will be hosted by 3 countries, USA, Canada, and Mexico. And the Super Eagles, who showed class, maybe about 96 to 120 hours ago in defeating Rwanda 2 goals, to 0 in Kigali. Just some hours ago, faltered in their bid to qualify for 2026 World Cup by playing a 1-1 score draw with Zimbabwe right here in Nigeria. And ever since this match took place, a lot of people have written off the Eagles' chances of qualifying. And for me, it brings to fore the question again that I've always asked. What is really the problem with the Nigeria's senior national team? Is it about players or about the technical crew? We had a Genetra. We had a Passero. We had an Augustine Eguavoin. We had a Finidi George. Then we had an Eric Chelle.
Well, the way I feel about watching Nigerian football, if that's actually you feel when you're watching other matches, I feel for football lovers. Because I don't watch football. Well, when it comes to Nigerian football, I don't joke with it though. You have to go to World Cup. If I don't go to World Cup, it's going to really depress me. So,
how do we go to the World? How do we qualify now? You see, with the present situation we are in?
You see, let's just get crashed and go. But the deficiency in all the institutions in Nigeria, you can't leave football out of it. Look at the recruitment process. It's just coincidence that we always get good players. So the recruitment process is always faulty. You bring the coaching orderly, and you expect him to perform wonders. I know football. You guys are so impatient. If you win, you are like a Nigerian politician. If you win, the coach is a good guy. No, if we lose like this, the coach is in trouble.
No, you see,
I go to Manchester, and at times I go to the stadium to watch football. Not to go and watch football for my own. And I will see football lovers outside. They don't watch football. They just want to hear their match are flawed. Then they start causing chaos, hooliganism. So that attitude is there, number one. Then the Nigerian attitude is also part of the contribution to why we don't do well.
What is the Nigerian attitude?
The board itself,
NFF
board are not doing a good job at all.
In what way?
They have to give the coach a breathing space to perform.
Do you think they are muzzling the coach?
Yes, because the coach must dominate his players. He must try to, not with one match. Friendly can be friendly. The spirit in playing friendly is different from when it's a real match.
Of course.
So you won't understand the rating of a player with a friendly until it gets to the real competition. And real competition, I'm a sport person. I'm a blood fighter in karate. So when I'm doing combat with my teammates, it's different when we are going for medals. The spirit of going for medal is always different. But when we go to national matches, when we sustain injuries, is that an assurance that when I come back home, are you going to fend for me? Payment of these allowances. Then kickbacks. Except like important players like Osimhen. And they still find a way of harassing him to out of it. So the rot in other institutions is still there until such a time that we have to inject patriotism in NFF. That this thing is not about the benefit that is going to accrue to you. It's about, because for me, I can't be the coach.
Patriotism.
Patriotism, and which is the motivation factor in other countries. It's not the money that Ronaldo is go and play for his country. The other popular guy too.
Messi.
It's not Messi. Money, it's the patriotism. We stopped the civil war because of Pele. We stopped the civil war because Mehmet Ali is coming here. So the way our blood rises, if that's the way the blood of the NFF is rising, we'll be watching match. They will give the coach a breathing space. The coach that allows for negotiations. In most cases, what they bring to us.
Well, Comrade Lokoba, I don't have these facts that you are tabling on this program.
With all the things that players are saying about them.
No, just hold on. Just hold on. For me, I have, since in the last 24 hours, in fact, I didn't sleep well. Let me confess to you. When I woke up in the middle of the night, I was asking myself, what is troubling my mind? What is that challenge I have? I realized that it was the hangover.
That's the addiction you...
The fear of not qualifying for the 2020.
That's the addiction I see in Manchester with football for supporters.
The fear of not qualifying, because we lost out, we didn't qualify for 2022 World Cup in Qatar. Now 2026 is here. You see, for me, I have looked at it and I've come to realize that the problem we have are multifaceted.
Yes.
I agree with you. But most importantly, I think the NFF, majorly, needs to change the approach of bringing in all our foreign-based players. Because when these foreign-based players come to play at home, only few of them you see exhibit that spirit of seriousness.
Yes.
A lot of them, when they come to play for the national, they are playing as if they are doing us a favor.
Yes.
And it shouldn't be. There are lots of, they feel they are made. If you know you are made, please call it quits. Don't come to play for the national team. Because watching that match yesterday, Zimbabwe at home, I watched Ghana versus Ghana played one of the African countries recently, and Ghana went there and defeated them by 3-0. So looking at the Nigerian team, the type of spirit they have invoked in us with the victory in Kigali, one had expected a whitewash of the Zimbabwe senior national team. Only for us, I know of some players in that national team. I've said it repeatedly to people around me, that if I'm in charge of the national, these guys will never come. Because these are guys who are more interested in their own selfish interests
like
when they are playing.
NFF needs to set the standards.
So
and it's not
the over-reliance on foreign-based players, we should stop it.
We have to set a standard, but it's the fans that cause for foreign base at times. You know,
no,
the fans can be funny.
No, the coach is also
the local that you want to call. The fans will be calling for. You see, the fans are difficult to manage when it comes to football.
In management,
very difficult to manage.
The buck stops on the table of the leader.
And see the way football fans react at times. Esomaka was shot when they lost.
The coach of Juventus, a former player, Thiago Motta, has just been sacked. In football or sports, it's the job of being hired and fired.
Yes, we are not doing well.
So you should be ready to take decisions, knowing that if it goes wrong, you bear the consequence. And so for me, because I've had that experience.
Let's go back to NFSS. Look at the agreement signed by most coaches. It's always very porous.
I don't know the agreement. I've not seen it.
And the coach always move around with his passport. Given the kind of agreement, it's not secured at all. Go and look at.
But we had
except Westerhoff and Honor.
Manfred Honor.
That had good relationship with us. They have always left in bad shape. Are we that bad? It's the NFF. So they need to change their style. It's if let's take time to build a team. Like we have said, if you already bring these boys together, they can't connect. So let's take a decision now. We might miss this World Cup, but let's take a decision now that and you take care of them, even if they are going to collect the kind of money they collect in their club. But at least you pay for their fare. The food they will eat until they will go back, you must pay for it. But
of course, that's what we do.
When they come,
houses them in
and it became a tug of war.
No.
The little spend you are supposed to give them. Have you not heard of instances?
We've had instances of
there were match boycotts.
We've had instances of disagreement over money. Yes, but I can tell you for free, Comrade Lokoba, whenever the national team is playing and a player arrives, they are housed in hotel by the NFF. Whether their transport fare is paid immediately.
Another allowances are paid.
I can't vouch for that.
So as little as it is, let's do that. Then set a minimum time that we think so we want to build. Look, the young boys are doing well because they catch them young and they have them around for a long time. They connect with each other and they bring trophies. Oh, as long as we continue in this manner, we may not go far. That's one. Then lastly, the politics in football, we are also missing it. It's not about your player being good though. It's also about networking, which is beyond the field at times. The referee that is not racist. The referee.
No, this is between African countries. There's no racism there now.
There are referees that assume that Nigerian player has always been very pampered. So these are areas that we don't
those look are human biases.
Yes. And if we are not spending enough time in FF, you won't know it. So when they bring such matters up to the public, people will dismiss it. Countries don't just win. Even many good football nations, they don't kowtow to certain things. They get decimated in a way. So we must also be part of that politics that they are playing. They have taken decisions at that level that for some time now, it's not the time of Africa to become a world champion in the senior league. It is the time they want to give us those beautiful women in Nigeria that we will always win though. If it's not. So the rotation, they will do everything. They may have to rotate you to Africa this time too. It's an angle we are dismissing.
As much as I don't want to dismiss the angle you are coming from, but I can tell you for free that the performance of the Super Eagles in the match against in the 2020.
I know many people will not sleep well inside.
Qualifier against Zimbabwe was very, very disappointing.
Many followers will not sleep yesterday.
I'm even as I speak to you right now, I'm here to recover from that that shock that we might. It is very, very high that we.
I know you're not exaggerating. I know that's what football is to many people.
Yeah, we are not qualified for the 2026 World Cup. Well, that is where we want to call it a wrap on the conversation today. We've had a beautiful conversation. Myself, Nesne Kudimi, and Comrade Razak Olokova. Thank you for coming onto the program.
I do appreciate for calling.
Thank you very much. Till we come away again next time, please continue to watch the conversation from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. Have a great day and bye-bye.
even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
J'ai le virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés. On a initié, intégré les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension et on nous a déguerpi et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'avons planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. Nous, on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Pour les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Nos projets d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
Ayatoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayatoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayatoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria base. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here, both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shepherd Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD means the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing sea culture coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have been expressing the sea church.
I'm shooting.
That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that wood. That is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here, over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I'm seriously worried. I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life and religious life has been collapsed totally. Because Ayeto community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge happening in Ayeto. Over 20 years we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayeto community is known to be a self-developed community on its own without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore is destroying our land. Up till now, we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Ṣé ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn ohun àlùmọ́nì wa, àwọn ohun tí a ní ilé, ohun ẹrù wa, ìmí gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè dìsámúra àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys.
This thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it? Highly devastating. We need support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female so that they can dry their fishes because the Atlantic breeze is coming from the up, so that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women so that their kitchen can be downside. So you have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu you have the information house or the glass house as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's submerged already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people coming just like you came now. All the information you buy your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back, so it will be documented before you go into the community. That one was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, then too, all of them are gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, you have the church building, the church street and the church building. Is gone already.
And that church is very important.
Very
to this
important.
community.
That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojayi. Then after Olowojayi, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a
shoemaking industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone. So we have after Olowojayi, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenwa. Then after Omogbenwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatened. Half of it is gone into into the sea. And then you have Tobase. Then you have, after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's it called?
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the what's called the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the main side now, the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated, and it has been eroded.
Those are just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where the female side might be affected. So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their wives.
With their wives.
Their wives. So the Oyetomi is the only one that you see. Then from the downside where you have the
and this broad street is no longer existing.
It's gone completely. It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the Broad Street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn church wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land will gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
It has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayeto community, that the only challenges that the fishermen, because Ayeto is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed the landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the Community Technical College. Here we are. Now you can see now these are debris, has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place, and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plants. It has been affected, greatly affected by those sea surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social, cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence, because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into institution. We don't want that, because Ayeto community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine, because when Ayeto was having a technical school, the Ayeto community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Ayeto community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter, and those people that even built those beauty boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International, is there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken within, let me say, within the space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue, so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadek, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue, so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o, kàn jọ kàn má jẹ́ kó kùn yìí kó gbé wa lọ, gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè church, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what we call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe.
Hello and welcome to the newsroom. I am Joy Uchajim, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. Hundreds of suspected Boko Haram members have been arrested in Lagos State. The commander of the Civilian Joint Task Force in Lagos, Kumar Sanda, has disclosed. Kumar made this revelation on Wednesday while speaking at an award ceremony in Lagos, where he highlighted the CJTF's ongoing efforts to prevent the infiltration of Boko Haram insurgents and bandits fleeing the north into Lagos. At the event held at the Airport Hotel in Lagos, Kumar received the Best Security Group in Lagos award from the Nigerian human rights community. And suspected herdsmen have again stepped up violent attacks as no fewer than 3 communities in the Osupo local government area of Benue State were attacked on Wednesday. The communities affected during the fresh attacks include Emechi, Odudaje, and Okpamaju, all in Otupo, where 5 persons were killed in February. The communities came under simultaneous attacks just a day after the killing of 11 persons at Otobi community, also in Otupo local government area. And the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps has deployed 1,525 personnel to safeguard lives and forestall vandalism of critical national, state, and local government assets in Anambra ahead of the Easter celebrations. In a statement on Thursday, the state NSCDC's head, Media and Tactical NSCDC Okadigbo Edwin, said the deployment was in line with the recently launched joint Operation Udogachi Zero Kidnapping and other violent crimes in the state. And the Federal High Court in Lagos has ordered the final forfeiture of over 2 billion units of shares in Living Trust Mortgage Bank PLC, formerly Omoluabi Mortgage Bank PLC, valued at 6 billion naira. Also forfeited were the sums of 42 million naira and $26.44, all traced to City Trust Holdings PLC and its subsidiaries. Justice Ogazi ordered the final forfeiture following a motion filed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission through its counsel, Ahmad Usman. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, has embarked on a working visit to Niamey, Niger's Republic's capital. This comes amid a frosty relationship between Nigeria and Niger. Tuga was received by his Nigerian counterpart, Bakari Sangare, according to a statement on Thursday via his X handle. And on the foreign scene, Colombia has declared a national health and economic emergency over a deadly yellow fever outbreak, with the government urging people to get vaccinated and take precautions while traveling over the Easter weekend. The mosquito-borne virus, which typically causes fever, muscle pains, nausea, and headaches, is endemic to multiple countries in South America, including Colombia, where the current outbreak has had a high mortality rate. And finally on sport, World 100 meters hurdles record holder Tobi Amusan has been officially listed among the entrants for the 2025 Diamond League season opener in Xiamen, China, as she begins her quest for another title-winning campaign on the global circuit. The entry list for the Xiamen meeting confirmed Amusan's participation in what is said to be a highly competitive field. And those are the major stories from our newsroom at the moment. We'll bring more updates at 12 the hour.
Corruption not in my country.
Cut. All right. What's your name again? Kemi?
Yes, sir.
Good. Are you ready for us for next week?
Yes, sir.
Next.
Ndewo, sir. Ndewo.
Look, what we need here is one who can speak fluent English. Give her a chance.
I need a angel to hold me. Hold me, my beautiful angel.
Cut! It is.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
The new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogunbadejo Fola. So when he came to this school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs have even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding and then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
The only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago, and there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down, the old building now came down, and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, and then, build it up to lintel level, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me that on a daily basis when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. Is it the restroom? Is it the classroom? Is it the offices? Is it the type of furniture there? It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. They were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Bademosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
Passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can ease the going and coming of the students. So in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, who learned well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to sit and brush. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what they used to say in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now, I can boast. This is the school I pass out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank Deji Badmus for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oliver twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it will be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there's no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words, but if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section? It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what an old student has done. And then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something. And not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have, been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, I'm not a rich person, I'm not rich. It cost me so much. And but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that, people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it. Abdullahi Dalhatu began grape farming at Dufa Dufa village in Kudang local government area of Nigeria's northwest Kaduna state in 2003. Today,
He's one of the very few Nigerian farmers growing grapes in commercial quantity in the country. And he's also the current national president of Grape Producers, Processors and Marketers Association of Nigeria.
What motivates me to go into grape farming is the potentiality associated with the grape farming activities. Because a grape farmer is raising handsome profit, is raising handsome income in grape farming. Because I doubt if there is another aspect of farming in agriculture which is highly lucrative than grape farming in Nigeria. I have started with the only one varieties of grapes called Black Hamburg. So on that time, it's only one varieties I am cultivating here, but now I am growing 7 different varieties of grapes. I have started with only 15 stand of grapes, but now I have more than 1,650 stand of grapes in this farm. Comprise the different varieties as I have said. Actually, I have started it from the small scale, but now it was a large scale.
Grape farming is rare in Nigeria. In fact, many had always thought it's almost near impossible to grow grapes in the country, since the overwhelming bulk of grapes consumed in Nigeria come from abroad.
When I saw the clip showing this project as a result of the visit of the chairman of the local government, I should be impressed, but I was also surprised and wonder whether this is also true. And that is why after the whole thing has gone viral, a lot of people within the country and outside the country have called me to ask me whether this is actually true, because they believe this is a treasure. And I told them that I will not tell them it is true, although my chairman has come and seen it. But as somebody who is within the domain, and the area is within my domain, I feel I should first come and see it before I tell the whole world that this is actually true. It's not magic, it's not any photo magic, it is a reality. From what I've seen, I'm extremely happy, and I must do whatever is humanly possible to encourage the gentlemen and other people that have started this project through any means possible. Intervention, government contact, any other thing that will bring more publicity to this project.
Data from the Observatory of Economic Complexity, OEC, estimates Nigeria's grapes import at over $8 million in 2023, while exporting a meager $36,000 worth of the fruit in the same year. But Dalhatu is working to change that narrative.
Since we discovered that most of the grape being consumed in Nigeria is being imported from abroad, so it's part of our vision to ensure that we promote the grape farming locally in Nigeria, so that our country will be self-sufficient in grape production, marketing, and export. So in the next future, I'm sure, in the next future time, I'm sure Nigeria, the dependency of grape importation in Nigeria will reduce up to 55%, so that we can rely on our local production and reach also the level of export with Nigerian locally grape productions.
Dalhatu says grape farming has been more than rewarding, and his customer base now goes beyond the country.
Actually, the grape marketing is so friendly in Nigeria because of the quality and the quantity of grapes we are producing. We are receiving different customers across the country coming direct to the farm and take and buy our product. Even international marketers are coming direct to this farm and access and buy our product due to its quality standard, the sugar content, the longer shelf life, and the quality of the products we are producing. We have the benefit of climate to get 2 good harvests per year, contrary to what is happening in the other countries. Based on the favorable climate we are blessed with, So we used to have a bonfire harvest of 2 times in a year.
For now, Dalhatu grows only table grapes, which are widely consumed in Nigeria. But he says he's making plans to start growing wine grapes as well.
Grapes is a type of plant that has so many varieties. So Nigerian, we are only, as I told you, that we are only have the capacity to produce 7 different varieties of grapes. So we need more exotic and improved varieties. And most of that varieties are high-yielding varieties that will enable Nigeria to produce multiple numbers of tons in a harvest. So we need hybrid varieties of grape seedlings.
So far, Dalhatu has trained over 50 persons in grape farming here at his farm. Almost all his trainees have gone on to start their own grape farm. But he says grape farming comes with some familiar challenges.
One of the challenges is that inadequate water supply. Grape is a kind of plant that requires excessive application of water. So insufficient water supply is one of the factors that reducing the growth and development of grape value chain. And the second challenge is faced by our grape farmers inadequate of hybrid seed varieties. Then the third problem we are facing is the storage infrastructure facilities. Because there are situations whereby our grape farmers in Nigeria used to face the risk of losses due to the rain intervention. At the point of ripening, grape farmers face the risk of rainfall, and face the risk of rainfall, which will lead to damage of so many tons of grapes. So if there were to be more storage facilities like a cold room, that will enable both the producer and the marketers to reduce the level of risk, because when it was stored in a cold storage, the grapes will have access for a longer time before it damage. Then another problem is all farmers need financial support. So I'm sure if government will provide financial support to grape farmers by having a conducive and favorable climatic condition for growing grapes, I'm sure the rate of unemployment will drastically reduce.
Despite the challenges, Dalhatu is still marching on, his passion for grape farming unwavering as he embarks on the ambitious mission to help make Nigeria self-sufficient in grapes. Deji Bademasi, TV360.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she has to change school. So I was thinking maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then, I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So, as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose, say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan, because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results.
Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, no other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like same as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's can be very, very tasking. And also sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that.
She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. She, I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Okay, clap for yourself, clap for yourself. Open up your mouth.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids, it has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life, so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and they'll be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
J'ai le virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés. On a initié, intégré les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension et on nous a déguerpi et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'avons planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. Nous, on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Pour les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Notre projet d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
If the essence of government is the security and welfare of the people, then as long as there's plenty, poverty is evil. Affluent poverty. That's what we live in Nigeria. We're living in affluent poverty. The news recently broke that a British international primary school, Charterhouse, located somewhere in Lekki, Lagos, was charging as much as 42 million per annum as school fees for its pupil in a poor country like ours. However, the school management issued a statement clarifying the claim that the school fees are currently 26 million naira per annum and not 42 million. Oh boy, now wow. 26 million as school fees per annum for Pekin when they primary school in a poor country like Nigeria, where many states can't even pay 30,000 naira as minimum wage. And many of our public schools in the country are public slums. And unemployment rate is frightening as fraud is now celebrated as a profession. 26 million. Well, I know some of you will go to defend them now. They say, if education is expensive, try ignorance. And others will say, well, it's the school is attended by expatriate, kids of expatriate. Even at that, not before Nigeria that they make the money, whether they pay the expatriate salary. Must education be beyond the poor in a country like Nigeria, where ostentatious lifestyle is the attitude of government? So if you pay 26 million naira for a kid in primary school, That means you go pay 62 million naira for that kid in secondary school, and maybe 112 million for the same child when he enter university. And then the child will graduate, there won't be jobs, and then you send the child abroad. Is that not overhead? Go to countries like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. Charles University and the University of Warsaw are some of the cheapest universities where top-tier programs are offered at an affordable rate. Although universities in all the Nordic countries are relatively affordable, but public universities in Norway remain free for everybody from both within and outside the EU, with the exception of a few specialized programs. But here in Nigeria, go to Edo University in Iyamo. It is ranked as the most expensive state-owned university in Nigeria. Yet, the other state university, Edo State University in Ekpoma, under the previous administration of Godwin Obaseki, suffered from lack of infrastructure and adequate funding until the recent administration in Edo. So what that means is simply this: rich separated themselves from the poor. Now, wow. How many people still remember, the craze those days about British International School? But with the current school fees of 4.6 million and 6.8 million, for boarding, I guess the super rich now, when they pay 26 million as school fees of primary school children, would think, oh, that's poor. So came Chatham House, and yet government go look the other way in a poor country. We know job despite the expensive school, and you expect people not to steal? Yeah, well, what am I even saying? What can government do? When even Nile University in Abuja, where most of our government officials and Abuja politicians, they go get their degree, especially in law, no come cheap. And even some churches, when collect tithe and offering from members to build schools, most of these members that contributed the tithe and offering cannot afford to send their children to these schools. So what do you expect? Even recently, remember Wigwe University in Isiokpo in Rivers State was in the news, not for the death of its founder, but as the most expensive university in Nigeria, with school fees ranging from 12 million naira. And some of these fees are priced in dollars. And our government is pretending to be looking for solution to our dollar problem, while they turn a blind eye to this open segregation in a country where our collective welfare is supposed to be their responsibility. Oh boy, to your tent, oh Israel. You won't blame them though. Don't you see how we openly spray monies in parties as if money is going out of faction? So that's why they think we are rich. Yet, there are no roads to our villages and insecurity is ravaging the country. Even as our public officials drive around our dilapidated road and public slums in exotic and expensive cars, the cars will neither produce nor assemble here. Yet, with retinue of aides and barrage of mobile police, where the future generations are either emerged in prostitution, hookup, or fraud, I beg no verse, yahoo, as a means of livelihood. Outrageous display of affluent poverty, you would say. This is the reason why some properties without any special infrastructure around them in some area, some area never get road, apart from the fact that there's so much money to waste, are so expensive and priced in dollars in places like Maitama, Sokoro, and environs in Abuja, and Banana Island, and in some places in Lagos, in a poor country like Nigeria, than properties in Miami waterfront in rich America. So no matter how much we all condemn or criticize these things, it will not go away, because the reality is that most Nigerians want to be like these people who are physically rich but mentally poor. As we only criticize them when we are poor, but the moment we become rich or hold public office, we will create segregation, poor and the rich. We move over to expensive slums like Lekki, send our children to special schools, meant only for the rich, occupy government positions and steal public funds, ride expensive cars without identifiable or sustainable means of livelihood, and display wealth irresponsibly and spray endlessly at parties. That's just our life. So it no go stop. So if I lie, anyway, check those occupying public offices today. Between 15 and 12 years ago, they were mostly critics of the attitude of the government then. But today, they are all in government and repeating exactly what they once criticized, even if not even worse. So I will therefore advocate, until we see government as a vehicle for public good, social justice, creating job opportunities, infrastructural development, equality, and a vehicle for impacting our community positively, people will continue to chase wealth, material possession, and position as a way of life and end up not living at all. Government must take job creation as a priority and endeavor to consciously and consensuously celebrate and compensate hard work, and create regulation in every sector to avoid a society of wealth without work. The attitude where government officials are at the forefront of displaying affluence in the midst of poverty must be discouraged, as it pushes people to acquire wealth without work. Lastly, our orientation should help improve our mindset to the fact that voluntary and selfless service helps write our name in gold in the sand of time. That even when we die, our name will be so engraved in the heart of the world that time will never erase it. Well, I don't want to talk too much. Make I pause and here to enable you make your own contribution in all our social media platforms shown on your screen. Also help us to share the message so that we can collectively change our society. For no matter how expensive education is, without commensurate effort to promote and create job opportunities, you will still end up as poor. No be me talker. Remember, the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. See you next week.
Welcome back to the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has expressed concern and drawn President Bola Tinubu's attention to the corrupt practices of some institutions and the alleged diversion of student loan funds into personal coffers. The student body, while describing the conduct as unethical and unacceptable, asserted that the scheme is being tampered with by officials saddled with the responsibility of disbursing the loans. President Tinubu last year approved the sum of 35 billion naira for the takeoff of the student loan scheme. And the Nigerian police force have condemned a video circulating in social media depicting police officers receiving money from a Chinese national. In a statement signed by ACP Olumuyiwa Dejobi, the public relations officer at the force headquarters in Abuja, the action was described as unprofessional and unethical behavior, which undermines the established ethics, standards, and core values of the institution. The Force High Command explained that the officers involved have been identified and are facing disciplinary action, reflecting the police zero-tolerance policy towards misconduct that erodes public trust. And the leader of the Army Force Headquarters Recruitment Sensitization Team in Anambra, Brigadier General Chima Eke, says only 200 Southeast have been for the ongoing Army recruitment in the country. He made the disclosure at a sensitization organized for youth leaders and president generals of different communities in the state. He said there was a need to encourage youths in the various communities to participate in the exercise. And the National Emergency Management Agency has expressed deep concern over the alarming increase in drug abuse, prostitution, and other social vices within the Muna internally displaced persons camp, the IDP home for over 48,000 displaced persons in Borno State. The agency's Northeast Zonal Coordinator, Abdullahi Sirajo, raised the alarm during a town hall meeting with residents of the camp. He called on parents and community leaders to collaborate with government authorities to curb the growing wave of societal problems, especially among young people. And the Zamfara government has settled a debt of 1 billion naira owed to the Kaduna Electric Distribution Company. The government also expanded the mandate of the newly established Zamfara Electrification Agency to include improving power supply to unserved and underserved communities in the state. The Pioneer Executive Secretary of ZEA, Muzamil Idris, disclosed this in an interview with newsmen in Gusau on Thursday. And on the foreign scene, Donald Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff and top diplomat Marco Rubio will hold talks with European counterparts in Paris later on Thursday to discuss efforts to end the war in Ukraine. Ukraine's foreign minister and defense minister have arrived in the French capital to take part in the discussion. The talks, hosted by French President Emmanuel Macron, formed the highest level of transatlantic engagement about the war since February. And finally on sports, Liverpool captain Virgil van Dijk has signed a new 2-year contract with the club. The 33-year-old centre-back's previous contract had been set to expire at the end of the season, but the Dutchman has joined forward Mohamed Salah, who signed a 2-year extension last week in committing his future to the club. And those are the major stories from our newsroom at the moment. We'll bring you more updates at the top of the hour.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Sydney Okafor. In keeping with his administration commitment to delivering quality education for students in Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has officially opened state-of-the-art classroom blocks, complete with a mini football pitch and a multi-purpose sports court at Keme Balogun Junior Senior College in Ibeshe, Ikorodu. The inauguration marked the commissioning of 16 state-of-the-art classroom blocks for secondary schools, facilitated by the Special Committee on the Rehabilitation of Public Schools across the 6th Education District in Lagos State, in line with the state's Team Plugs agenda. Please take a look at the new state-of-art classroom blocks for secondary schools.
The commissioning of the new classroom blocks is expected to enhance the school's learning environment and improve the quality of education. Governor Sanwo-Olu, who was received by a large crowd of residents and students, said the simultaneous inauguration of 16 new blocks of classrooms across the state is a testament to his administration's commitment to providing top-quality education for all residents. The governor further emphasized that the construction and renovation of these schools not only improve educational quality but also create jobs, stimulate the local economy, and provide livelihoods for workers involved in the projects.
Do one commission or two, we have to do it in concurrent and in large number. And today, in the past 1.5 months, we've been commissioning roads, we've been commissioning drainages. Now is the education sector, which is under a Teams Plus agenda. For some of you that are monitoring, earlier today, we went and commissioned the very ultra-modern, beautiful classroom block in a brand new school of Ajegunle Junior High School in Koshofe local government area on our way here. Also earlier today, with the Permanent Secretary, Tutor General, and 1 or 2 cabinet members, they've gone ahead to commission the Odogunyo Junior Grammar School, also here in Ikorodu. You can see that these ambitious events consolidate our commitment to development and pursuit of educational excellence and the social economic development in our state. Education, we say, is a cornerstone of our Teams Plus agenda. It's the engine that drives economic growth. It reduces inequality and empowers individuals to break the cycle of poverty. By investing in these schools, we're investing in the social economic fiber of our various communities. Earlier today, and you could see it from the video, I was deeply moved when we went to the Ajegunle Junior High School. This was a community that has been denied for the past almost 15 years. When heavy flooding ravaged the entire community and they lost the only school that they had. But about 2.5 years ago, they did wrote to us passionately and we did responded. Driving into that community this morning brings a nostalgia of the real essence of governance. When government make a promise and you keep a promise. Not only have we done the road into that community, that school had almost 150 pals. We did not consider the extent of what resource we needed to do to give that community a befitting world-class educational institution. And they also have the sporting grounds because a canteen and a football pitch was also constructed for them.
In the address, other speakers say the structures would not only enhance academic excellence, but also provide a conducive environment for learning.
Your action consistently reflects the premium you place on learning, demonstrating a deeper appreciation for its transformative power. Indeed, this is a shining testament to your dedication to educational advancement and holistic well-being of our students.
Keme Balloon got attention following instructions from Mr. Governor when he got information that the portrait of the classroom blocks had 3 bungalows here before. To my left here, you see 2 bungalows still existing. In between those 2 bungalows, there is another one. So when we came here, we realized that they are all in derelict situations. We conducted some soil tests, and the result of the soil test immediately advised that we need to demolish one of the bungalows. When we did that, it became obvious that the classroom rate to student ratio was not adequate. The population spiked, and as a result, when we approached Mr. Governor, the situation we are having here, he instructed the construction of the edifice we are seeing to my right. Thank you very much, sir. To do this building, typical with our modus operandi, standard operating procedures of scripts that have been laid down by Mr. Celibo, we conducted a structural test in this environment to be sure of the type of foundation we are going to put this building on. Because we don't have to assume that Ikorodu is solid soil. So what we do generally as a standard operating procedure that Mr. Governor has insisted we go through is to do a soil test to be sure, because we don't want to have any collapse.
The Lagos government says it has constructed about 1,290 blocks of classrooms across the 6 education districts of the state and also rehabilitated over 4,000 classrooms in both primary and secondary schools in the state within 6 years. It's promised to deliver some of the ongoing road projects in Ikorodu and build more primary and secondary schools for the benefit of the residents.
Education is the future of any nation. So it should be paid, they should pay close attention. But where I want improvement is the teachers, because teachers can only teach what they know. So our teachers in those schools need more trainings, because they can't give what they don't have. What I've observed is that some of the teachers are not even qualified to teach. So they should pay attention to this. Their trainings, they need to be trained to train. If they don't have the training, no matter what facility they put down, nothing will, because it's what goes into the hearts of the children that will come out in the society. So education is very fundamental. It's a vital key to the development of a state, a nation, or any country. So that's my take on that. They should pay attention to the teachers. Because if you have a teacher that knows what they are teaching, the children will learn well and they will understand what they are learning. Teachers determine how, because these teachers are like leaders, they're like role models to the students.
We shouldn't even be thanking them for that. It is the right of every Nigerian to be educated. Constitutionally, at least from the primary school to secondary school, at least, every student, every Nigerian child has that constitutional right to that educational, stages of the stages. You understand? For me, I believe we are still lagging. So many out of school children, especially in the north, we are better off here in the south, but we can do more. We have always taken the forefront in terms of education. We continue to do more. There are so many of our children out there who are not in school today. If the education is made affordable, if classrooms are moved closer to those children, there wouldn't be any need for them to trek miles before getting to their school or entering buses that will take them kilometers before they get to their school. Schools should be brought closer to them, and if it's not brought closer to them, there should be programs, facilities that will ensure that they are taken to school and brought back home. Then again, it must be affordable. I believe it should be a criminal offense for any family or parent not to send its ward to school, especially where the government has provided the needed classrooms. And I believe, while I do not want to thank the government because it is right of every Nigerian to go to school. I believe they should do more, and they are trying. I want to appreciate them for that.
Corruption not in my country.
Hello. Alahaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello? Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I will just call you.
Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we are in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. That is truly commendable by the governor. Our next story focuses on the commissioning of the new bus terminal in Abule Egba suburb of Orile Agege Local Council Development Area in Lagos State, which has now been integrated into a expanding network of modernized public bus stations connecting various communities in Lagos. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu officially commissioned the newly completed Abule Egba bus terminal, aimed at improving and facilitating seamless mass transportation between suburb and other parts of metropolis. Can we take a look?
This new Abule Egba bus terminal has officially been opened to the public by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu alongside his deputy Femi Amzat and other stakeholders. The launch is part of Governor Sanwo-Olu administration's commitment to build a seamless and integrated transportation network that will provide Lagos residents with improved daily commuting. The governor, speaking at the event, disclosed that the project is a fulfillment of his pledge to upgrade the public transportation system for the people of Lagos.
Today, here in the ever-bustling Abule Egba, we're here to hand over to the people another public infrastructure that will aid their seamless commuting from here to other parts of Lagos and even perhaps to other parts of the country. This infrastructure reflects our commitment to continuously enhance our public transportation system. We're strengthening connectivity and we're improving the overall experience of our commuters. We are dedicated to taking ongoing steps to advance and to modernize public transportation across the state. You see that in addition to the blue line, to the red line that are in operation, you are aware that we are making moves to kickstart a 68-kilometer green line from Marina to the Lekki Free Trade Zone. You are also aware that we're in discussion stage, haven't done some feasibility on the Purple Line, which is a 60-kilometer from Volkswagen, which is an offshoot from the Blue Line, to all the way into Ogun State, the Redemption Camp by Mowe. We believe these are all connectivity that will enhance the rail infrastructure. You'll recall sometime last year that we went and signed MOU with Czech and the Ministry of Finance Incorporated to bring about the fusion of the Green Line. And I'm happy that work is starting very soon. Discussions are in advanced stages. Designs and drawings are being completed. And before the end of this year, you will begin to see the construction of that all-important Green Line project. That project, when completed, even has a capacity to carry well over 600,000 passengers at its peak. And so this is big public transportation solution that we're about. I'm happy Thank you. I'm happy that our rail infrastructure continue to contribute to the mobility of Lagosians. To further enhance that, we are also improving and enhancing our bus services. We are anticipating the arrival of new CNG buses and electric buses by the third quarter of this year. They are being produced as we speak, and I believe everything will be done preparatively to begin to receive these buses before the end of this year. This, we believe, would be a major addition to our current fleet, which will improve availability of buses and reduce waiting times at all bus corridors.
Lagos State Commissioner for Transportation Oluwaseun Osiyemi, through his permanent secretary, said the state policy reflects the government's commitment to safe, reliable and affordable transportation for all residents.
This is more so as the movement of commuters, goods and services from place to place are vital and inseparable aspects of global and urban economic survival. Over the years, the Lagos State Ministry of Transportation has reflected the contemporary realities and the vision of the present administration as regards equipping Lagosians with an efficient and effective transport system. This informed the various policies the ministry adopted to ensure reduction in traffic congestion at places where otherwise motorists and computers spend many unproductive hours in traffic. You will all recall the executive order signed by Mr. Governor on traffic management, following which very critical junctions were identified and remodeled to mitigate traffic gridlock. The government has worked on these junctions to engender better traffic flow. We can attest to the salutary effects of such improvement on Allen roundabout, Lekki first and second roundabout, and the ongoing improvement at Toyin Okpebi Allen and at the border subdivision areas. To better manage traffic-related issues such as overspeeding and indiscipline on the road, the government, through the ministry, has installed ITS in some areas of Lagos State. We have installed e-police signs at Allen Avenue Junction and Nuruddin Olo-Okoko Road. We have also installed road signs to inform motorists of these regulations. About a year ago, Mr. Governor unveiled the state transport policy, a roadmap to Lagos' brighter, more effective, efficient, and sustainable future. Mr. Governor informed that the policy became necessary to eliminate the barrage of transport challenges facing the state's transport system, ranging from traffic congestion to pollution and inadequate infrastructure. The Lagos State transport policy is built upon a foundation of inclusivity, sustainability, and innovation. It embodies the government's commitment to providing safe, reliable, and affordable transportation options for all residents, regardless of their socio-economic status or location within the state, as well as integrating our various modes of transportation. The soon-to-be Commissioner Abelegba Bus Terminal therefore reflects the letters and spirit of the Lagos State transport policy. It is to provide a central place for connecting to different parts of Lagos, and based on this, I want to congratulate Mr. Governor on commissioning yet another impactful and life-changing infrastructure for the Abelegba community of Agege and the entire Lagos State. Mr. Governor, please be assured of our desire to continue to work until the last hour of this administration to bring your vision and that of the state government to reality.
This administration prioritizes traffic management and transport as the first pillar of its Themes Plus agenda. The Lagos State government has been and is still investing in the provision of infrastructure for public transportation, including rail, bus services, and water transportation. To properly coordinate bus operations in communities, bus terminals are necessary and are thus provided. Bus terminals are important because they provide a central location for passengers to board and exit buses and connect to other forms of transportation. To date, the Lagos State government has provided bus terminals in Ikeja, Oshodi, Transit Interchange, Aja, Oyingbo, Yaba, Ojota, Ifakoijaye, and now at Abule Egba. Iyano Ipaja bus terminal is currently also under construction. Like other terminals before this, Abule Egba terminal has loading bays, a terminal building with a customer service area, a waiting area, spaces for restaurants and other commercial services, offices for ground staff and other BOCs, public conveniences, a water treatment plant, and provision for green energy, amongst others.
This development has integrated Abule Egba, located in the Orile-Agege Local Council Development Area, into Lagos's growing network of communities connected by modern public bus stations. Abule Egba residents have commended the governor for the project but urged for affordable bus fares.
Abule Egba too is moving forward. If you look at the Abule Egba, they've changed it compared to 5-10 years backward, because I lived at Songo, something like that. But they've changed the face of Lagos as a whole, and they are building gradually. So I will tell Lagos State as a whole that they should remember us in Badagry. Presently, I reside in Badagry. God will help them. They've tried concerning the express road there, and God will help them to do more and more to all sectors, all areas in Lagos State, up Lagos State, up Nigeria.
When you are partaking in BRT buses, it applies to everyone, whether you own a car or you don't. It decongest the traffic on the highways, so everybody don't have to put their cars on the road. So sometimes, if you don't have a special function, you can just leave your car back home and make use of the public transport, like the BRT. So the one in Abule Egba, I think it's like, you know, and because that place is heading towards Ogun State, Abeokuta. So if you are able to get there faster, you can, you know, continue your journey to other areas. And people that are staying there, they can easily live like in outskirts of Lagos, while they live there. And they can go to work and come back on time without wearing out. So it's helping the masses a lot.
Sanwo-Olu added that the state expects new CNG and electric buses by the third quarter of 2025 with the aim to enhance Lagos bus services. He also urged residents to take ownership of the project to prevent vandalism of the infrastructure.
Welcome back. Lagos residents are truly reaping the benefits of taxpayers' money. Kudos to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his team. Well, that's all we have on this episode of Lagos Voices. I'm Sydney Okafor. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.
Ayetoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayetoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayetoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria base. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here, both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shepherd Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD means the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing sea culture coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have been expressing the sea church.
I'm shooting.
That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that wood. That is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here, over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I'm seriously worried. I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life, religious life, has been collapsed totally. Because Ayeto community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge happening in Ayeto. Over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayeto community is known to be a self-developed community on its own without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge, as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore, is destroying our land. Up till now, we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Ṣé ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn ohun àlùmọ́nì wa, àwọn ohun tí a ní ilé, ohun ẹrù wa, ìmí gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè dìsámúra àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys.
This thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was funded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it? Highly devastating. We need support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female so that they can dry their fishes because the Atlantic breeze is coming from the up, so that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women so that their kitchen can be the downside. So we have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu you have the information house or the glass house as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's surmount already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people coming just like you came now. All the information you buy your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back, so it will be documented before you go into the community. That was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, too, all of them are gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, you have the church building, the church street and the church building. Is gone already.
And that church is very important.
Very important. Community. That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojayi. Then after Olowojayi, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a
shoemaking industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone. So we have after Olowojayi, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenwa. Then after Omogbenwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatening. Half of it is gone into into the sea. And then you have Tobase. Then you have, after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's it called?
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the main side now, the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated, and it has been eroded.
Those are just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where the female side might be affected. So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their wives.
With their wives.
Their wives. So the Oyetomi is the only one that you see. Then from the downside where you have the
and this broad street is no longer existing.
It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the broad street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
tẹ́ ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn church wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land will gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
It has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayeto community, that the only challenges that the fishermen, because Ayeto is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed the landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the community technical college. Here we are. Now you can see now these are debris, has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place, and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plants. It has been affected, greatly affected by those sea surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social, cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence, because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into extinction. We don't want that, because Ayeto community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine, because when Ayeto was having a technical school, the Ayeto community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Ayeto community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter, and those people that even built those big boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International, is there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken within, let me say, within the space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue, so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadek, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue, so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o, kàn jọ kàn má jẹ́ kó kún yìí kó gbé wa lọ, gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè church, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what we call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 7 years, about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tough, and they worked very hard in the plantations, that's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they thought that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Goree Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscle. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right in that you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million. Very emotional, but he knows it's very, in a higher level, the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I am Victoria Akonde, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has fired back at the People's Democratic Party governors who rejected coalition with any other political party. Atiku wrote on his X handle on Wednesday that the coalition train had indeed left the station and would make multiple stops to bring on board Nigerians of all shades. This comment is an indication that the former presidential candidate and his political party have parted ways in the build-up to the 2027 election. Now, the Nigerian Bar Association Port Harcourt branch has come out strongly against the conduct of the sole administrator of Rivers State, Vice Admiral Ibokete Ibas, accusing him of constitutional violations and undermining democratic governance. In a strongly worded press statement by the body of chairmen State and signed by the branch chairman, the NBA said it was deeply concerned by recent developments in the state under the sole administrator model imposed following the declaration of a state of emergency. Now, the leader, Armed Forces Headquarters Recruitment Sensitization Team Anambra, Brigadier General Chima Ikeato, says only 200 youths from the southeast have registered for the ongoing army recruitment in the country. Ikeato made the disclosure at a sensitization organized for youth leaders and president generals of different communities in the state. He said there was a need to encourage youths in the various communities to participate in the exercise. Now, in a strategic move towards food security and rural empowerment, NNPC Foundation has flagged off a nationwide agricultural training program designed to empower 6,000 vulnerable farmers across the 6 geopolitical zones with modern farming techniques. The move is part of the corporate social responsibility arm of NNPC Limited. The inaugural ceremony held in Enugu State, one of the training locations, saw 1,000 smallholder farmers drawn from the 5 states of the Southeast Geopolitical Zone benefiting from the scheme. And the word of business, the federal government has clarified on the ongoing 6-lane Lagos-Badagry Road project in relation to the proposed Abidjan-Lagos Corridor Highway. The Federal Controller of Works in Lagos, Olukorede Kisha, made the clarification in an interview with journalists on Thursday. According to Kesha, Nigeria's side of the Abidjan-Lagos Corridor Highway Development Project is a 79-kilometer stretch starting from Eric Moore in Lagos State and ending at the Seme border. On the global scene, Ukraine and the United States have made substantial progress in their talks on the minerals deal and will sign a memorandum in the near future, First Deputy Prime Minister Yulia said on Wednesday. U.S. President Donald Trump is seeking a bilateral minerals deal as part of his push to end Ukraine's war against the Russian invasion. Trump also sees it as a way to recover billions of dollars the U.S. has spent on military assistance to Ukraine. Finally, on sports, the National Sports Commission has commended Team Nigeria's outstanding performance at the recently concluded ITTF World Para Future Tournament in Amman, Jordan, where the nation displayed its prowess in para table tennis by finishing among the top 3 teams globally. Over the 3-day championship, which took place from April 13 to 15, Nigeria amassed a remarkable haul of 5 gold, 7 silver, and 2 bronze medals. Those are the major stories from our newsroom at this moment. We'll keep you updated at the top of the hour.
Cut. All right. What's your name again? Kemi?
Yes, sir.
Good. Are you ready for us for next week?
Yes, sir.
Next.
No, sir. No.
What? Look, what we need here is one who can speak fluent English.
It's a pleasure to have you join us on Money Matters on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Okbayemi Owosheni. We begin with business news. The Nigerian government has signed a $328.8 million contract with Chinese firm China Machinery Engineering Corporation to rehabilitate and expand Nigeria's electricity transmission network under Phase 1 of the Presidential Power Initiative. This agreement covers engineering, procurement, construction, and financing for the development of 330 kV and 132 kV transmission lines across the country. It is aimed at improving grid reliability and reducing stranded generation capacity. The project will be coordinated by FGN Power Company, a special purpose vehicle established by the Nigerian government to oversee implementation of the PPI. The World Trade Organization Director General Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala says the United States and China tariff war could reduce trade in goods between the two economic grands by 80%, pulling down the rest of the world economy. President Donald Trump raised tariffs on China to 125% on the 9th of April 2025 as the world's two largest economies fought over retaliatory levies. The WTO chief in a statement said the escalating trade tensions between the United States and China pose a significant risk of a sharp contraction in bilateral trade. According to her, preliminary projections suggest that mechanized trade between two economies could decrease by as much as 80%. We'll take a break here and be back with company news.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the go-to app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. Now, Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals has announced a reduction in the ex-depot loading cost of petrol from 880 naira to 865 naira per litre. Now, this price cut took effect on the 10th of April 2025. Filling stations with special agreements with Dangote Refinery, such as MRS Oil and Gas, are expected to adjust their pump prices to approximately 910 naira per litre, reflecting the new ex-depot price. Now, this move follows a crucial meeting held earlier in the week between representatives of the Dangote Refinery and Wali Edu, that's Nigeria's Minister of Finance. At the meeting, the Nigerian government reiterated that the Naira for Crude policy would continue despite previous changes under the leadership of the former NNPCL boss, Mele Kyari. And the market value of Transnational Corporation PLC Transcorp Group listed entities is $3 billion as of today, even as Transcorp's chairman Tony Elumelu has called for prioritization of power sector initiatives in Nigeria. Elumelu disclosed this at the 19th annual general meeting of Transcorp on the 10th of April. He revealed that when his team took over Transcorp in 2011, its market capitalization was less than 20 billion naira. He, however, acknowledged the role of the company's shareholders in growing its value together over the years. We'll go on a break now, but when Money Matters return, We're discussing Nigeria's net foreign exchange reserve at the end of 2024, standing at $23.11 billion. I'll bring you details after this break.
Hello, Alahaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello, Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I'll just call you. Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we're in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country. Welcome back. Now, Nigeria's net foreign exchange reserve as at the end of 2024 stood at $23.11 billion, the highest level in over 3 years, reflecting a substantial improvement in the country's external liquidity, reduced short-term obligations, and renewed investors' confidence. Now, according to a statement by the CBN, the increase marked an increase from $3.99 billion at the year end of 2023, $8.19 billion in 2022, and $14.59 billion in 2021. Now, the gross external reserves also increased to $40.19 billion when compared to the $33.22 billion at the close of 2023. The increase in these reserves reflects a combination of strategic measures undertaken by the CBN, including a deliberate and substantial reduction in short-term foreign exchange liabilities, notably swaps and forward obligations. Now, let's discuss this significant increase further. Economist Mukhtar Mohammed now joins me on the program. Thank you for joining me on the program, Mr. Mohammed. Now, this is a very, very significant development. Now, what specific policy actions by the CBN do you think contributed the most significantly to the sharp increase in Nigeria's net foreign exchange reserves, particularly the reduction of short-term foreign exchange liabilities?
I think it has to do with the current, will I say, policy in terms of looking at FX as a means of driving in imports into the Nigerian economy. I think they make sure that most of the people that have FX are genuine people that need to import goods into the country. They've reduced sharp practices in the FX space. For me, that is one of the major policy drive that have resulted in this sharp increment in the short term. For me, I think that is one of the best policy they do, trying to make sure that all the sharp practices, especially from banks and civil servants, were reduced to the barest minimum, especially in the FX market.
Now, the CBN Governor Layemi Cardoso has stated that the improvement in the net foreign exchange reserves is the result of deliberate policy choices aimed at rebuilding confidence in the country. Now, in practical terms, what policy measures exactly do you think have had the most immediate effect on improving investors' confidence and external liquidity? And what are the chances that they are likely to continue to yield long-term benefits?
Yes, I think one of the major is the two-way exchange system, inflow and outflow. We have seen that for the first time we are having inflow, and we are not having people complaining that they could not repatriate their money back to their country. I think for me that was one that have really been able to boost confidence in people. That policy of a two-way exchange system, that for me is what has really brought more confidence to the economy. And if you look at the data from the Nigerian Stock Exchange, you see that a lot of outflow from foreign investors out of this country, and none of them is complaining that their money has been trapped here in Nigeria. So for me, I think that is one area that they have really worked very hard and brought those confidence in this in the FX market. Now, will we be able to sustain that? I have my doubts. Because again, that is largely going to be driven by availability in terms of output of crude oil sale. How much of these crude oil sales are we able to sell in the international market to earn more effects into our foreign reserve? And you know the challenges that we are having in the Niger Delta in sense of even meeting a budget target of 2.06 million barrels per day.
Given the reduction in short-term liabilities like FX swaps and forward contracts, how do you view Nigeria's current approach to external debt and its overall foreign exchange management?
I think for forward payment, I think that is still ongoing. You need to look at the issue that is happening between Dangote and them. Maybe there's a reduction in it, and I think that's what they are working tirelessly to do. I think that is still ongoing. That also have an impact. Would they be able to? I don't get the second question we're trying to say.
So one of the things the Apex Bank emphasized on is the role of increased foreign exchange inflows, particularly from non-oil sources. Now, which non-oil sectors do you think will continue to drive these inflows in the near future? And what challenges also do you think might arise in maintaining this growth that we've seen so far?
Well, if you talk about non-oil sector, again, you talk about agriculture, and it needs a lot of investment, especially in the area of capital, machineries to improve production, and then be able to export these goods outside to earn FX. I think that is one. Then secondly, I think one area we need to improve in terms of inflow is the Nigeria in the diaspora. I keep saying they were one of the largest driver of FX into the market before the advent of COVID. And so we need to go back to that, to whether Nigeria in the diaspora can drive in more FX into the Nigerian economy. We've seen that happen in India, where they have one of the largest foreign reserve, but it was largely driven by Indians, intellectuals that are outside the shore of India, whereby they make sure that their money, their salary are paid in dollars and transferred to India. So, and I'm happy that the CBN said they are trying to develop a product for that space in terms of getting Nigeria in the diaspora to buy into some of their investment and bring in inflow. I think that is one non-oil sector place that I think government should put more effort, especially in Nigeria in the diaspora.
Now, with gross external reserves increasing to $40.19 billion, how does this compare to the country's short-term external obligations, and what risks do you foresee in maintaining this balance?
It is very, very good for who can do imports, like the governor said. For the next 6 months, we can fund any imports, and that is, our economy is still an import-driven economy, so that also is good for us. The short-term impact will be in the area of all the instruments that we have issued, either Eurobond and debt servicing that we are doing also. That could be a risk that we need to guard against, because we need to pay off some of these money that we've collected. So I think what we should begin to do now is to begin to do the PPP, public-private partners, whereby government is not all entirely doing all this transaction, then attracting the inflow into the economy, and at the time they will also be an outflow also. But I think that's where we should work hard on.
So the CBN has attributed this increase to their policies and their actions. Now, I would like you to speak to how the CBN's actions are improving Nigeria's reliance on external economic shocks, and what more do you think can be done to mitigate vulnerabilities in the foreign exchange market?
What they need to do for vulnerability in the FX market is to make sure that they address liquidity shortage in the retail sector. The retail sector of the market seems to be the most challenging, and it's not the official that. So, because the retail sector is where most SMEs entrepreneurs thrive, because they need quick actions, they want quick deliverable, so they go to the retail sector that is largely controlled by the Bureau de Change. I think that sector needs a really strong reform to drive in some of this illicit form and FX into a lot of retail sector, whereby it will be easy for retail, that retail space for people to ask for access for $200, $300, $100, $500, or $1,000. For me, that is one sector that needs a very, very huge reforms to drive in stability in the FX market.
Now, the CBN also mentioned renewed investors' confidence as a factor in improving reserves. Now, what specific measures do you think Nigeria can take to further build this confidence in the coming years?
Two-way exchange system, inflow, outflow, is just it. And for you to have inflow and outflow, you must build liquidity so that investors don't get their money trapped, like what we saw in 3 years when, 3 years ago when Cardoso came to the head of the CBN. There was a lot of airlines money that were trapped. They could not repatriate their money. Foreign investors, all that were a challenge. So what we need to do, continue to do, is to maintain that two-way exchange system to attract investors, and they have the leeway also to exit the market when they need to go. That is the key economic policy if you want to attract foreign investors into your economy and in turn build your FX reserve to be able to maintain stability in your exchange rate. And like a country like Nigeria, where you maintain stability in your exchange rate, you'll be able to drive down inflation, because inflation is largely caused also by importation of some of these goods from outside of the country, and over 70 to 75% of Nigerians still patronize some of these imported goods.
Now, in light of this improvement in reserves that we've seen, how do you project Nigeria's external liquidity situation to evolve in 2025? And what external and domestic factors do you think can alter this trajectory that we've witnessed?
For domestic factor that could alter this trajectory, what we have seen thus far is that dollar to naira swap deal that is in danger of being stopped. If we don't address that, then what the kind of marginal gain that we have seen will not be. We will see it go out of our hands. So we need to see how the NNPCL and Dangote should come back to the table and see how they can sort out that crude oil swap, naira to crude deal. I think that is very, very important for now, because if you decide that, okay, you are not doing that again, that means a lot of all these companies, the oil marketers that want to buy refined petroleum product from Dangote, we need to source for FX to buy it. And when they do that, they'll be putting more pressure on the naira. Then you see the exchange rate continue to go down. Then you have a lot of snowball effect in every other area of the Nigerian economy. I think that is one factor they really, really need to watch out and make sure that they have this negotiation on time and make sure that we are back to that deal so that Nigerians will not pay more for refined petroleum product. For me, that is one area that we need to look to make sure that we have stability and not have external forces determining what happens to our economy.
Now, just before I let you go, Mr. Mohammed, the CBN has disclosed that it expects reserves to continue to improve, supported by increased oil productions and export growth. But then how likely is it that Nigeria can significantly boost non-oil export earnings? And what policies do you think should be prioritized to support this growth?
Number one, the policy I'm expecting from them is to see how they can help some of this business that can earn FX into the country. In terms of expatriate, in terms of advisory, the former CBN governors came up with a lot of policy, but unfortunately that was showing into a lot of controversy and corruption. I hope this governor will be able to come up with policy to help that sector, so the non-oil sector, to drive in FX into the Nigerian economy in terms of making sure they have low funding when they have to borrow from the bank. That will make their goods cheaper, because some of the countries that they are going to compete with have cheaper funds. So that is one area that the CBN should really look at. Secondly, I've said it before and I'll say it again, they need to come up with a product that will attract Nigeria in the diaspora. They will have more confidence, because it will be a government PPP-driven project for them to invest at home, bring in their FX, and that also could help stabilize the exchange rate and make the business environment very conducive for Nigerian businesses. Those are the two major policies I think they should do to continue to enjoy this kind of results that we've just heard of.
Well, economist Mukhtar Mohammed, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program. And that's it on this episode of the program. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okpegemi Owosheni. See you next time.
My name is Bintu Salu Garba, IGB. From secondary school, I moved on to Kano Polytechnic. That's where I started painting. And I'm happy I was the first female to start painting the Kano State. When I was a child, I used to draw. By then, I didn't know what painting was. I guess you understand what I mean. Then my uncle, then Aledidia, late, he now took us to London. That's where I saw paintings of masks master's paintings, very beautiful ones at the National Gallery of Art in England. So from there on, I just love painting and I pick up interest from there. Because I noticed after every painting, a painter will now inscribe his name at the bottom of the painting. That was what inspired me. I said, oh, I would love to paint and then inscribe my name on that. From there on, I just pick up drawing and then I continue drawing from there. It just assists to painting. Honestly, if you say dominated by men, possibly it is only here in Kano that painting is dominated by men. Other places, women do painting. If you say challenges, well, there are quite a lot of challenges, but I was able to go through it because the men I'm working with then, they were also helping me to see that as a female, they kept encouraging me, even the lecturers, they encouraged me to paint. So I now pick up painting and I continue doing it, and I truly, really worked hard to get where I am today. I started teaching drawing. I got employed into Kano State Senior Service Management Board, that is secondary school. So I continue drawing, painting, and then teaching at the same time, and then making money from there because it's a job. It is what I do. You understand? It's what I do. I teach painting. I paint. People tend to commission me for some paintings. Some of them I even say flowers, some fruits, some vegetables, etc. I just continue doing it, and that's how I tend to make it as a business. As I've earlier mentioned, I told you I've been teaching for past decade now. You understand? So I guess I am passing this knowledge down. Now that I've come to this age, I'm in my studio, I allow teenagers to come. I teach them painting free of charge. Some of them, all they do is to buy the materials themselves. And then I do teach them, I do coach them, because you don't teach painting, you coach. It is some talent, like person has talent and then you now coach him, you develop his skill, you understand? So that is what I do now. I get teenagers and even adults, some of them are even interested. They do come to my studio and ask me, I would like to paint. I would like, fine and good, since it is what I've been doing for over 30 years now. So I now find it easier to even teach anyone that is even interested in painting. For over 30 years. I cannot tell precisely how many. Like I told you, it is school. I teach in school and I take many classes. You understand? And I've taught in so many schools now in Kano. So many schools. And all of these schools, no class is less than 45 students that I taught. For the past 30 years, that is what I have been doing. So how many I teach now? I cannot tell. But I know I have taught a lot of people painting. The outcome of it now, I can see people are developing interest in painting, and alhamdulillah, they see female in it. People are now coming out to appreciate painting. Like though I forgot to mention to you that we have this Society of Nigerian Artists. We are shouting out to people, getting people, reaching to them, so that they will now understand painting, and that it is not only drawing, it is a way of life, because some people don't even know that painting is a profession. They don't know it. So now myself and members of the society, we are reaching out to people to get them to understand painting and drawing as well. Over the years, my painting, I delve mostly in culture. Any environment I find myself, I now tend to go into I see the culture, the kind of people that are there, like I now work with what they have there. My painting is mostly culture and educative as well. Anytime we hold an art exhibition, I do sell painting, and besides, when I was in school, visitors used to come and buy my paintings. That is why I lost count of my painting. Then I didn't know I should be counting them. As I'm working, people tend to come in and appreciate the work. By the time I'm working, they will tell me, okay, if you are through with this, I'm going to buy it. Some, by then, I even used to give it free of charge. I didn't know it is something that I should be counting or something I should keep as a sign. But much later now, I come to realize that every piece of my painting is like a child to me. So from there, then, I've started counting them. But the previous one I did, I cannot precisely tell their numbers. Now people are buying art and decorating their houses, and even places of interest now. And if you go around Kano, you will see that there are places that are decorated with paintings. You understand? So that is how we are reaching out to people. Even the government now, they do commission artists to come and do paintings in strategic places like what do you call it, recreation centers. Even in hospital, we even have paintings in hospitals where we educate people, you understand, on say a kind of disease. Like now we have this COVID-19 around. You need to see the kind of illustration painters are doing to make it easier for people to understand what they should do and what not should do. Start of COVID-19, honestly, I've been able to make 1 or 2 paintings to illustrate COVID-19 here in Kano using the kind of materials I have around me. For instance, now, okay, it's there behind you, so you can see. Yes, after I will show it to you. It's something I use, a plant that comes out in ball like this. So I use that kind of plant now I paint it and I use it and I name it as COVID-19. I would like to advise the government, because anyway, almost everything on earth, people will say government should do something, government should do very well. But would I go to encourage artists and help us appreciate the work of art we do? Anytime they have anything to do with illustration or like kind of needing to inform people about something, we would like them to encourage us artists, to involve us artists to do those kind of things for them, instead of them going outside getting those kind of illustration, billboard around, whatever, where there are artists around. So we like government to encourage us, like they do release funds for agriculture, they release funds for education, they should release funds for visual artists too. They should do that. Yes, government should do that. We also like people to appreciate our work. People should not just sit and say, oh, drawing. Drawing is a way of life. And art is not only drawing. Like you're standing and you're wearing a hat, a cloth, a long trouser, it's art. You combine things on you to make you to beautify yourself, isn't it? So that is art. Art is a way of life. COVID-19 have affected the patronage very, very well. Yes, it has. But that is not withstanding, that is not stopping us from doing what we're doing, because it is not only foreigners that patronize our paintings. It's not only foreigners. So we are doing what we do, and then, painting, it is something you can do and keep. With time, those foreigners will come. You are a client, you say, I want so thing to be painted. From there, I, as an artist, I will now see and sit down and think of what it is you want. First, if I like, I can make sketch on paper. Then I will now move on. Possibly it is a design you want. You mention the size of the design you want. Then I prepare my canvas. The process in preparing canvas, you need your easel, like what you see here is the easel stand, and then you need canvas, like I told you, this is it. You need, this is a white cloth that we use on it. Then you use emulsion paint to coat it several times so that it will be hard. Then you now use your oil color. If it is oil color, you use or acrylic color. You have so many media.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okoche Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these. We'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially, what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements. And they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about, we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me. I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women, and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation-building process of Afghanistan.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I am Victoria Akonde, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has fired back at the People's Democratic Party governors who rejected coalition with any other political party. Atiku wrote on his X handle on Wednesday that the coalition train had indeed left the station and would make multiple stops to bring on board Nigerians of all shades. This comment is an indication that the former presidential candidate and his political party have parted ways in the build-up to the 2027 election. Now, the Nigerian Bar Association Port Harcourt branch has come out strongly against the conduct of the sole administrator of Rivers State, Vice Admiral Ibokete Ibas, accusing him of constitutional violations and undermining democratic governance. In a strongly worded press statement by the body of Chairman Rivers State and signed by the branch chairman, the NBS said, concerned by recent developments in the state under the sole following the declaration of a state of emergency. Now, the leader, Armed Forces Headquarters Recruitment Sensitization Team Anambra, Brigadier General Chima Ikeato, says only 200 youths from the southeast have registered for the ongoing army recruitment in the country. Ikeato made the disclosure at a sensitization organized for youth leaders and president generals of different communities in the state. He said there was a need to encourage youths in the various communities to participate in the exercise. Now, in a strategic move towards food security and rural empowerment, NNPC Foundation has flagged off a nationwide agricultural training program designed to empower 6,000 vulnerable farmers across the 6 geopolitical zones with modern farming techniques. The move is part of the corporate social responsibility arm of NNPC Limited. The inaugural ceremony held in Enugu State, one of the training locations, saw 1,000 smallholder farmers drawn from the 5 states of the Southeast Geopolitical Zone benefiting from the scheme. And the word of business, the federal government has clarified on the ongoing 6-lane Lagos-Badagry Road project in relation to the proposed Abidjan-Lagos Corridor Highway. The Federal Controller of Works in Lagos, Olukorede Kisha, made the clarification in an interview with journalists on Thursday. According to Kesha, Nigeria's side of the Abidjan-Lagos Corridor Highway Development Project is a 79-kilometer stretch starting from Eric Moore in Lagos State and ending at the Seme border. On the global scene, Ukraine and the United States have made substantial progress in their talks on the minerals deal and will sign a memorandum in the near future, First Deputy Prime Minister Yulia said on Wednesday. U.S. President Donald Trump is seeking a bilateral minerals deal as part of his push to end Ukraine's war against the Russian invasion. Trump also sees it as a way to recover billions of dollars the U.S. has spent on military assistance to Ukraine. Finally, on sports, the National Sports Commission has commended Team Nigeria's outstanding performance at the recently concluded ITTF World Para Future Tournament in Amman, Jordan, where the nation displayed its prowess in para table tennis by finishing among the top 3 teams globally. Over the 3-day championship, which took place from April 13 to 15, Nigeria amassed a remarkable haul of 5 gold, 7 silver, and 2 bronze medals. Those are the major stories from our newsroom at this moment. We'll keep you updated at the top of the hour.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Hello people, and welcome to another electrifying episode. TV360 is back with more exciting content than ever before, and I am your host Queen, bringing the latest in the world of entertainment, movies, fashion, food, culture, anything you can think of, I got you covered. So now before we go into what we have today, let's take the latest news in the world of entertainment. First on the list, we have the grand finale of Priscilla Ojo and Jumak's wedding. Is like the official countdown to their wedding, their Nigerian wedding. And if you've been following their love story so far, you've noticed like they've been posting back to back. They've had their Nikah wedding, they've had their civil wedding, and now they're about to have their major wedding. That was like the grand finale of like everything. And 2 months ago, the couple actually sealed their wedding in a beautiful Nikah ceremony and an intimate civil wedding. Now the grand finale wedding is coming on the 17th of April, and like everyone is just into it. It's like they're giving us back to back, because I think she has like 5 pre-wedding outfit looks, and trust me, I think I've not able to see what today has itself, but like we've been seeing interesting, beautiful costumes and outfits from this couple, and like I can't personally wait. Like I'm really happy for Priscilla Ojo, and I'm happy for her husband. I wish them all the best. So next on the list, we have Davido. Davido has finally announced his white wedding date with Choma. So the Nigerian superstar Davido has officially revealed his plans for his white wedding with his wife Choma, and is set to hold in Miami in this August. Remember last year, like we had like another lavish wedding of like their traditional wedding. Like it was like a holiday in Nigeria. It was really amazing. So speaking during an interview on the Breakfast Club, Davido compared Nigerian wedding customs to those in the United States, noting how family dynamics have officially played like a significant role in the African unions. And the singer, who previously held his lavish traditional wedding in Nigeria, shared their updates while reflecting on the cultural differences and the intense public attention surrounding their relationship. So I'm really happy, and I can't wait for another holiday again in Nigeria, because in Davido, our Davido is getting married. So last on the list, we have the Billboard names Nicki Minaj the greatest female rapper of all time. And trust me, I've been like a Nicki Minaj fan like since I was a child, and I've literally gone through all her music and everything. She's the best. For me, she's the best. So the Billboard has released its staff list of the 25 greatest female rappers of all time, which had featured iconic female MCs across the 4 decades of American hip-hop. Despite breaking into the mainstream barely 1 year ago, we have another Grammy winner, that's Dioche, which made it to the 24th position on the list. I'm really happy for her. Like she just came into the world of music and she's already doing well. And we also have Grammy winner, that's Cardi B, ranked the top I think 11 on the list, and that's just it. And I'm just happy that female rappers are actually doing so well in the industry. Like, go women, we got it. Anywhere, anyhow, we are there. So that's it for the entertainment news. So today we'll be diving into the world of music and entertainment industry. So sit back and relax. Let's explore the magic in the silver screen together. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back, guys. So here with me in the studio is Wavy Vibes. He's a hype man, MC, and event planner with 5 years in the entertainment industry. He has acquired a wealth of experience over the years working with leisure entertainment juggernauts such as Sound City, Landmark Africa, and many more, with an educational background in the business administration from Lagos State Polytechnic. Wavy Vibes' career so far in the entertainment industry has been one driven by resilience, passion, and the desire to give people premium quality experience in the entertainment field. Wavy Vibes currently champions a new generation of hype entertainment through brands Wavy Vibes Creation and Wavy House. Here with me in the studio is Wavy Vibes. Hello. Hi. Oh, it's my pleasure. I'm really happy to meet you finally.
Yeah, same here too.
Okay.
Really happy to be here too.
Yeah. How's everything been?
Yeah, it's been great.
The hustle.
Great. Yeah.
It's good. Okay. Yeah. So now let's talk about what I know. Like you do 3 different things. You're an event planner, MC, and hype man. So let's talk about you hyping. How did you come about it? And was it a planned thing or is something like you just got into?
For the hype, I feel like it's just something natural that came.
Okay.
So I feel it's just something that was being gifted by a natural talent.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's very comfortable doing that.
Oh, okay. So how did you get into hyping? Like you just, or let's just say, when did you discover you can actually get into this particular field?
I would say like 2 or 3 years
ago. Okay,
yeah,
like because I know then it wasn't like a thing, but now it is.
Yeah. So let me just say like some little story about that. Like,
okay, just tell us.
Yeah, I have a few of my friends. His name is Toby Onobajo.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are very close. We love partying when we're in school and all that. So then I was like, bro, man, I like this music and hype stuff when we used to be in university and all that. I said, it's something we can also try and let's see how we can start doing something like this. So there was a day that when he told me that, there was a party coming up.
Okay.
His family, they are throwing up a party in December, which is called Record 27.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that was when I started up this hyping stuff. Like, then I was like, okay, let me try this. Then immediately I fall into the occasion and the events. I was like, okay, let's do this.
Okay.
It was awesome. I had everybody screaming like, wow.
Oh, nice.
It was a great experience though. It was a great experience.
Okay, now that's like bringing me to like my next question. Like your first experience, how was it like? Good? Were you nervous? Were you scared? Did you not believe in yourself like you could do this and all like that? Just tell me about it.
Yeah, not really. I won't say I'm pressured or something because I feel it's just being natural.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it's bring by the Most High. Yeah, so I feel very comfortable with that.
Doing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So, what inspired you?
Yeah, I'll say what inspired me is just being natural. Like it's just me. It's part of me. And I will still say a big shout out to my mentor, people I look forward to, like Shaya Banks and Active Boy of Lagos.
Yeah, we all know them.
Yeah.
So like there's no, do you have like a particular style in your hyping and everything?
Yeah, I do. I do have I would say Afro hype.
Okay.
That's what I do.
Oh,
yeah,
that's good.
Afro hype.
Okay, so now what's the craziest event or party you've ever been to, and like how was your performance like?
Yeah, I keep it 100.
Oh, the energy is top.
Yeah,
top
unlimited.
Okay.
It's always zero gravity.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I love that.
Yeah, because it's always a vibe whenever I come on stage.
Okay, that's good. So now we know like Lagos nightlife is wild, and how do you keep up the energy all night? We know like in this Lagos there's literally like party every night. We have Monday parties, we have Tuesdays, every time of the day. So like how do you keep up the life and moving maybe from one place to another, like the hustle and all?
Yeah, I won't say it's difficult for me because I have the whole team around me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
so you have like a team.
Yeah, shout out to Vibes House, shout out to Cash Cody, YM, Kiba.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
so
good.
those are my guys. So they always get me home like, Wavy, let's go, let's do it, let's get active. Yeah.
I love that. I love that. So do you have like a signature hype like line or something like, you know, like a signature word, for example? We know if we hear something like a slang of Davido, we know that, oh, that's Davido. We know like there's a slang of Verma. We know like each or one of them have like a particular signature style or line. Do you have like one?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay.
Definitely.
What's that?
I have so many.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So let me just give you this. Like people knows me like Active and Akara Senior Burger. Big shout out to Jax, Jagu.
Okay.
We are live. We are live. Yeah, we are live.
That's good. That's good. So are there any major artists or DJs you've worked with, and what has your experience been with them?
Yeah, it has been good. And I love working with DJs that understand my tempo, my kind of vibe, the kind of music which I flow with, because I love Afro house music.
And the tempo is very important.
Yeah, I also love Afrobeat, and I'm a piano.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm a piano. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
So is that the most remarkable day like of your life? The day you came on stage and maybe you were doing your job and like everyone was just hailing you, like any most important day that you can never forget? Would you like to share your experience with us?
Okay, yeah.
What event
like
was
so
that?
many. Is that?
What event was that?
Oh, it was sorry, that was LOL.
Okay.
That was Laugh Out Loud. It's like I had the opportunity to meet artists like Arasta.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, so it was we are both on the same room, whereby we were gisting, talking about music and hype and all that. So it was great sharing the same room with her. So it was fun. I love Arasta, so I'm a fan of Arasta.
Oh, okay, that's good. So is that the DJ you look forward to with, like working with?
Yeah, for the DJ I really want to work with, there's so many.
Okay, just tell us like few.
I'll say like DJ Tunes.
Okay, get you.
And DJ Dimple.
Okay.
And, DJ Deeps of Sound City and DJ Monty K. Yeah, those are my DJs. I love the vibe. Anytime I'm outside, I love listening to the tracks, the mix and all that.
That's nice. Okay, so can you tell me? I know like everything has been. We won't say we've not had challenges so far. So like, can you just share like one of your experience, like your biggest challenge so far in the hyping thing in Nigeria or in Lagos? I would say.
Okay, my biggest challenge is whenever I'm actually on activation is like, there was one event I went to when I was hyping. I was doing my thing along the road, like I can't even hear my voice anymore.
Oh, like the mic went off?
The mic went off. I was like, what's going on?
Okay.
What's up, the sound engineer? Can you please fix this up?
Yeah.
But eventually, do you know what I just did? I had to say, okay, fuck this mic. I had to go with my normal vocals.
How was it?
I was just doing it because I love what I'm doing.
Okay.
So
the crowd followed.
Everybody was like, yeah, I was dancing along that vibe at that moment, because everybody was like, oh, this guy is good. This guy, I love your energy. You'll be going out for like 5 hours plus. Like, what do you take? I said, no, this is just me. This is me naturally, yeah.
Oh, that's good, because I know like this, and you need like a lot of energy to keep up with the vibes and everything, and bring everybody to your level. That's another thing too, because you may be in a party and you're not just feeling anything and all. So let's just say, have you ever had like a moment or in the stage like the crowd did not just feel your energy, or maybe you were trying to do what you know how to do best, but they were not just feeling you? Was there like a point in your life like you had something like that?
I don't think so. Like
it has been rosy for you,
and it has been great. Like it has been fun on stage. Anytime I get to the stage, I know wavy vibes. Wavy vibes is active. Whenever wavy vibes is active, everybody wants to get active.
Okay.
Yeah, it's always like 100 and 100.
Oh.
Yeah.
So like, how will you describe your relationship with your crowd and like, your fans and everything? Has it always been good, 100 and all? You've never had like a dull moment?
Yeah, because I understand the business. You need to get close to your audience. Yes.
Yeah, that's another thing.
You need to put them on.
Exactly.
Let them be on the same velocity with you.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's a vibe already, and this is wavy vibes.
Okay, so you have to do what you know how to do best.
Yeah.
That's good. So let's just talk about some. Have you ever lost your voice, like, at any point?
Yeah.
Maybe at the point you were screaming, I'm like, yeah, I'm not hearing myself.
Yeah, that's that
you want to share your experience?
Yeah, that happens like almost like every gigs on like that. But I do manage it because I have my people
around here
that are in charge of taking care of me. Cause I have Loba. She always wants to like, what's up? Please go and get your water, get your green teas and all that. Okay. So you should just take care of your stuff. Like, yes, because you have another gig because you need this money. Let's get this booking coming.
Okay. Yeah. So is there any like major misconceptions about hype men that you know?
Yeah, because I feel like people used to feel like hype men were just rouse people back then, but now you can see the movement, you can see the culture now. You see the likes of Axie Boy, Shopsy Doo, Nate is a banker, so also doing hype, you understand? So they really inspire me a lot. We can do this, we can spread this this culture out of this Africa. You get? So it's a movement.
Yeah,
yes.
I really like it. I really like it because I know like you guys literally just bring vibes to parties instead of like normal music just playing and playing and playing. So people are like, no hype man, like the party is not going well. And I know that now it's like a thing because there's this upcoming girl, so I know Ivana, that has actually been doing hyping from TikTok and everything. So I just got to know about it and I never knew like it's that stressful, but I understand you and I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just go on a quick break. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Stay with us. So guys, we'll go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. Welcome back, guys. We still have wavy vibes in the studio. So now let's talk about events and everything you've organized so far, and how has it been like emceeing and event planning. I know event planners, you guys try a lot, so like just tell me about your experience and you doing the MC work and everything with it.
Yeah, for my experiences, like I would just say I want to give shout out to my team.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll be doing so well for me because I know it's not easy.
Yeah,
we have to put in this work. Yeah, because doing this is just something I really love doing. Since when I was in school, I've been doing this for like more than 5 years, which we said but like my guys are just being putting me out like, Wave, you need to do this. Let's get this, going to different events, see how they do their things and all that. So we'll put that into our own work as well too, because they are all inspiration as well too, because even you go out for activations and you won't get that insight about how you want to go about your own business and all that, because people have to put you on as well too.
Sure.
Yeah, I want to give shout out to my guys, my team, my mom, my sisters, because they'll be my supporters, and also to my own personal PA, Loba. She has been doing so well for me too.
That's good. So now we know you like from your background bio and everything. I could see that you studied business administration in school. So like, was it like a point you you wanted to do hyping and you're like, oh no, don't do it, or maybe you had like discouragement from family, or not maybe people supporting you in this field? Have you ever had like issues with that?
Yeah.
So how did you pull through?
Yeah, because life is all about challenges.
Okay.
Yeah, because I understand that even sometimes you might just talk to your friend like, okay, this is my idea, this is what I want to put on, like this is what I want to get doing and all that. So like they will tell you, bro, don't you feel like this finance thing, you understand? And with the economy thing, Emilocon and all those things.
Yeah.
But Baba is active, but
yeah.
What we need to do this thing. We can't wait, you understand? Because Jesus is active, that's what I would just say.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think you get more recognition in the society or in the entertainment industry? Like, do you think hype men, you guys actually have like more recognition in the entertainment segment or industry? Do you think you guys have more visibility in it?
Yeah, I would say at the moment you can see for yourself. You can see Active Boy, Sheye Banks holding it out, both in the country and then in the other side, like in UK, America. Do you understand? And imagine seeing Sheye Banks holding it out at O2 Arena, seeing Spesh for Davido, seeing them in O2 Arena doing that stuff. No, it's something we should celebrate as well too, because I know definitely I'm going to get there too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's something that you feel we should take note of more.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Because I feel it's like a new segment that just came. Like no one really knows about hype men, but now you guys actually have major energy and like the vibes you guys bring to parties. And also, do you think it's something that we should actually make more global now?
Oh yes, definitely, because hype is the party, hype is the vibe.
Sure.
So you guys just keep on supporting us. Afro tech, Afro hype, there's different genres of hype to get. So we are into this. We are not stopping.
Okay, I like the energy.
We're not stopping.
Okay, have there been like situations where you have to like pull crowd, or maybe your fans to come to like an event just for you and everything? Like maybe trying to just pull crowd when you have events to host?
Yeah, anytime I want to hold an event, I just need to just put my graphics out.
Okay.
Because Wave is active.
So anywhere Wavy is, everyone wants to like turn off.
Yeah, definitely, because it's always a vibe. Yeah, it's always a vibe.
All right. So in the process of hustling and everything, like you said, have there been like any moments that you're most proud of, that you're really, really happy you've gotten to this part, or what year or like event you attended, or one or two things that you've actually said, okay, I'm proud of Wavy?
Yeah, I won't say that much. Like I have a couple of events which I've really performed, like Obi's House, Amapiano Districts, Element House. There's a lot, but I feel like there's more to do. There's more to do because it's like a stepping stone as well too. Because I feel if I start talking about what I've done, there are so many catalog. Yeah, because I feel like there's more to do. Because we need to achieve more. We don't stop.
That's good. So now, will you just walk us through your experience? Let's just say you prepping for like an event. Are there like any routine you like to share? Like check yourself, your voice and everything, or any new lines you have to even learn before you get on stage?
Yeah.
Like what?
Like yeah, guys. My event is coming, which is called Vibes House.
Okay, so like the prepping processes.
So really, it's more of like an house kind of vibe, whereby people come. It's like your own party.
Okay.
You get come. You can be the hype. You understand? You can be the artist. You can be the DJ. You understand? So that's why we call it Vibes House.
Okay.
So it's more of like come do your thing. You know, everybody likes coming to where you get the freedom to do whatever you like. You understand? So Vibes House is here to stay.
That's good. So is there any worst experience you've had apart from the one you shared before?
Yeah, I feel like I don't really get pressured about
what you do.
Yes, yeah, I don't really get pressured. Yes.
All right. Okay. Can you do like a freestyle for us? Just maybe 1 minute freestyle.
Okay. Sure, definitely.
Yeah. Let's go.
Ready. Active. You already know. It's your boy Wavy Vibes. We outside at the TV360. Who be that girl with it from? Come on now. Who be that girl to big backside? Who be that girl with it from? Come on now. Who be that girl to big backside? I'm a piano. I'm happy, oh. I'm happy, I know. Say, I'm happy, oh. I'm happy, I know. Yeah. Say, activate, jubilate, activate, jubilate, activate, jubilate. You better get active. Say, you better get active. We outside at 360 TV. Keep it logged with us so your life stay positive. You already know.
I like the fact like it's just freestyle and natural going. So let's go on the last quick break. We'll be right back. Hey guys, let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. So Wavy Vibes, before we end the show, let's just do like in and out. Let's just say 10 questions for 60 seconds. Just garbage in, garbage out. I'll just ask you a few questions and just respond. Okay? So let's just say your favorite celebrity couple.
Oh, my favorite celebrity couples. I'll say Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Oh, good. So most outstanding day of your life.
Standing there of my life when I was performing at Landmark for karaoke.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's good. So football or basketball?
Football day.
Okay, so your favorite relaxation spot where you like to chill and relax?
I'll say Obi's house.
I like that because I've heard so much about it, so I'm not even surprised. So let's just say movies or novels, which would you prefer?
I prefer movies.
All right. Favorite city?
City, I'll say Benin City.
Are you from Benin City?
Yeah.
Okay. So favorite indoor sport?
Indoor sport, I have a clubhouse.
Good. Favorite food?
Amala.
You didn't even give us something very sophisticated that we can say, you're to go any day. Okay, that's good. So if you were going to take off one thing on your bucket list, what would it be?
What would that be? My bucket list? I don't want to be Lagosian.
I thought. Why? You are stressing in this city.
Very stressful to be here right now, Seth.
It was a lot of stress, I know.
And all that, but I had to be here because you need to take your business serious.
That's good. So let's just say if you were given $10,000 to stay in a well-furnished apartment without anybody, just food and internet, will you take it? For 6 months.
For 6 months?
Yes, 6 months.
I'm active for that.
Should we make it a year?
Man, I'm active.
2 years ago.
What else do I need people for? When I have the money, I have the relaxation, I have the comfort.
Hype, exactly.
I'm going to create my own happiness.
That's good. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Yeah, thank
and we
you
look
so much.
forward to seeing you on stages, big performances, and other places, actually.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have me too.
Anything other thing you want to say to the guests?
Yeah, I want to tell you guys, Vibes House is coming. I want to see you there 19th April this same month, this same year.
All right.
So big shout out to my guys, my team, to Cash Kudi, to YM, to Kiba, to Stan Shoes. Man, we are live, we are active. Still stay positive, man. Akara Senior Boga. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's been nice having you on the show.
Yeah, same here too.
Okay, all right. So guys, that's all we can take on this episode. Thank you so much for staying with us. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal. How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Ayatoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayatoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayatoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria bases. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here, both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shepherd Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD means the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing sea encroachment coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have been expressing the sea church.
I'm shooting. That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that's wood. That is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here, over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I'm seriously worried. I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life, religious life, has been collapsed totally. Because Ayeto community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge happening in Ayeto. And over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayeto community is known to be a self-developed community on its own, without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge, as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore, is destroying our land, up till now we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Ṣé ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn ohun àlùmọ́nì wa, àwọn ohun tí a ní, ilé, ohun ẹrù wa, ìmíì gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè dìsámúra àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys down here. Trip of those guys down here.
This thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it highly devastating. We need the support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female, so that they can drive their fishes, because the Atlantic breeze is coming from the up, so that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women, so that their kitchen can be downside. So you have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun, Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu you have the information house or the glass house, as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's some months already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people coming just like you came now. All the information you buy your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back. So it will be documented before you go into the community. That was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, there too, all of them have gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, you have the church building. The church street and the church building is gone already.
And that church is very important.
Very important. Community. That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojai. Then after Olowojai, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a
shoemaking industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone. So we have after Olowojai, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenwa. Then after Omogbenwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatened. Half of it is gone into into the sea. And then you have Tobase. Then after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's it called?
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the what's called the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the main side now, the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated, and it has been eroded.
Just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where the female side might be affected. So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their wives.
With their wives.
Their wives. So the Oyetomi is the only one that you see. Then from the downside where you have the
and this broad streets is no longer existing.
It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the broad street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
Tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn, chọ́ọ̀chì wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land we gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
It has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayeto community, that the only challenges that the fishermen, because Ayeto is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed the landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the community technical college. Here we are now. You can see now these are debris, has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place, and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plant. It has been affected, greatly affected by those sea surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social, cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into institution. We don't want that because Ayeto community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine. Because when Ayeto was having a technical school, the Ayeto community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Ayeto community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter, and those people that even built those beauty boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International, is there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken within, let me say, within a space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue, so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadek, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue, so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o, kàn jọ kàn má jẹ́ kó kún yìí kó gbé wa lọ, gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè church, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what you call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 7 years, about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له والقاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول تذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخد قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Simisola Ajikun. There's widespread condemnation for the brutal killing of 16 hunters from Kano State by a vigilante group at Uromi, Edo State. According to reports, the 16 hunters were among 25 travelers on their way to Kano State for the Eid al-Fitr celebrations who were intercepted by the vigilante on the suspicion that they were kidnappers and were lynched to death. Governor Monday Okwebolo of Edo State has now pledged that swift justice will be served for the 16 slain hunters. Okwebolo made the pledge when he paid a condolence visit to the bereaved families at Torankawa in Kano State in company of Governor Abba Yusuf. While expressing deep sorrow over the tragic incident, Okwebolo said the government will not relent until justice is served, adding that 14 people have been arrested and moved to Abuja for interrogation. Currently, police, military and plainclothes security agents have taken over strategic junctions in Uromi to stave off reprisals. Joining me to discuss more on this is a former Assistant Director at the Department of State Services, Mr. Dennis Amakri. Thank you very much for coming on the program. Now, judging from what has played out ever since, what do you make of this unfortunate incident? I mean, vigilante groups are not new in Nigerian communities, and they've no doubt been helpful over the years.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. You see, we have to look at the root causes, because these things will continue happening. You know, it will not be the last time. And if we don't look at the root causes and take care of those root causes, then they will continue happening. Now, what do I mean? We've had these killings all over the place. You know, we have these killings, and it is because of these killings that you have vigilante groups, even like Amotekun. You know, and these groups have been you know, taking care of some of the bushes, the forests, the ungoverned spaces that we have. But we have to regulate it properly. You know, regulate it in the sense that these vigilante groups should be reporting to a formal law enforcement agency. You know, they cannot operate on their own. And when they start operating on their own, then of course they go descend all the way down to jungle justice and other kinds of things that are happening. So I think there is work to be done about this particular issue.
Now, Now, the government has repeatedly called on local vigilante groups and hunters to step in to fill security gaps in the fight against bandits and terrorists in Nigeria. However, the Edo State governor described these vigilante groups as illegal. Now, what makes a vigilante group legal, and how should, well, you've mentioned that they should report to higher authority, but then what's the process like in seeing that these vigilante groups are legal?
Well, I'm so surprised about for the governor, because this is not the first time, this is not the right time for him to come and say that that vigilante group is illegal or this one is legal. Vigilante groups have been existing for long. And you know, if you think very seriously about it, vigilante groups were formed basically to protect the communities, because we've had history of herdsmen going and killing in the bush. And the best thing is that, you know, these communities should start to, you know, take care of themselves, you know, and it has continued like that. And of course, this self-help program has been, you know, giving birth to different kinds of vigilante groups. Like you hear of the Amotekun and all the rest of in the western states and everywhere. Most states have their own vigilante groups that they use. Now, which one is legal and which one is not legal, I don't know. But they should have even legalized, or should I say register them before anything like this come to happen. But if you don't, until when something like this happens, then you come and say they are illegal or not illegal, I think it's just begging the question. Because the root causes, like I said, is for the people to protect themselves, and there has been a lot of killings. And I don't know whether those killings have been fully addressed.
Now, this incident brings to mind similar ones where people have taken the law into their own hands and commit these condemnable acts of jungle justice. We understand that activities of kidnappers in the area might have triggered the action, like, you know, it has been told in times past. How significant is this particular incident in highlighting the dangers of mob actions or jungle justice, as the case may be, in Nigeria?
Well, you know that people have been pushed to the corner, whereby they are really, really worried about their own security. And of course, for people to now come back and say, hey, let us get a vigilante group. You know, and these vigilantes are actually working. They don't, you know, they stay up at night. They go into the bushes and you know, they come across some of these people. This is not the first time vigilantes have been arresting, you know, people marauding in the forest and stuff like that. And of course, you find out that a lot of killings, especially around Uromi area, you know, a lot of killings are taking place. And that's why I think the governor himself should go back and look at it, talk to the security agencies and find out, you know, what has happened about those killings that happened in Uromi before. You know, because they've been doing these killings and people are just crying. And I'm surprised that this time everybody is taking it so seriously. This is what should have happened all the time when people are being killed. So I think we regulate the process, the procedures or the processes of these people. Let them not descend to jungle justice, because some people are so angry losing their family members and they feel that, look, this is the right time to, there's no need to go and call police or anything like that. Let's just finish it up. But that's not how it should be.
Right. Now, response mechanisms in the country have also always been a matter of concern. The response of the police in matters like this, from details provided, there was enough time for the police to storm the scene and control or prevent further harm, but nothing of such happened.
Well, that is, the problem with the police, because for a place like Uromi, there's a DPO. That's a DPO. How can he say that something like, and that's what I'm saying, that there's a disconnect between the vigilante groups and the police. Because if there's a connection or a reporting line, when they find these police, arrest them, and they've even discovered arms and ammunition with them, the next person to call is the DPO. And the DPO will quickly send his men down there, and then, of course, remove all these people for better interrogation on what they are doing, where they are going, why they are carrying those kind of arms. But there is nothing like that. And apparently I can tell you that maybe the people don't even trust. That distrust between the community people and the police must have caused a situation whereby they will say, don't even think about him. Let's do what we have to do. And they went ahead and do this. So I think the police should start taking charge of their area and make sure that these kind of things don't happen.
All right. Mr. Makri will continue this conversation after this break. Do stay with us. The program will continue shortly.
Hello, Alahaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello, Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I will just call you. Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we're in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you're raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country. In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the go-to app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. We're still discussing the killing of 16 hunters in Uromi, Edo State. And my guest is still the former assistant director at the DSS, Dennis Amakri. Thank you very much, sir, for staying with us. Now, so far, Governor Kwebolo of Edo State has suspended the head of the Edo State Security Corps. But then, do state government have the capacity to handle these various security groups and security initiatives as well, so that their duties are defined?
For state police, and when the state police comes, the state governors are supposed to be the ones that are going to supervise the operations of these state police. And I think that, in fact, all these vigilantes popping up in different places, because everybody was thinking that, yes, we really need security down at the grassroots level. And this is the chance for them to even practice on how they will be dealing with the state police. And in fact, state police are not supposed to be one for political to fight your political enemies. It is meant for the security of the communities. So the governors are well placed to take care and follow the procedures, or even write down or gazette all the procedures that they are supposed to follow. The police is supposed to cooperate with the governor in doing this, so that these vigilantes are properly managed. So, yes, the governor he has the capacity to do this.
Right. So let's discuss the issue of arms possession, which is one of the factors that sealed the fate of these hunters. With the current state of the nation, only uniformed officials can legally possess weapons, and they're let go. And what should the government do in this case? Hunters cannot be found without their Dane guns, but then what can be done to prevent this kind of incidents from happening?
Well, the thing is this. Vigilante groups popped up all over the country because of the threat of herdsmen and all kinds of bandits, who are operating in the ungoverned spaces of the country. And of course, when they are going to help, they have to carry some form of arms. Yes, some of them are supposed to be hunters and carrying Dane guns, which they use in their hunting, not to fight the bandits. Now, if that is the situation, then they should have a very strong link with the police, where, as hunters, if they observe that there are some kind of movement, of some people, unknown people, then they could be the eyes and ears, and also report down to the police and tell them, look, this is what we have seen. They are not supposed to engage. Okay? They are not supposed to engage. So if they are supposed to engage, as most of them are now doing, then the form of arms that they are going to carry is supposed to improve. Because you cannot be fighting a bandit with AK-47s while you are carrying Dane guns. It's not done, It's like carrying a knife to a gunfight. So we will expect that when these things are, being formalized, then you should go ahead and register them. And if you register them, then you should also provide arms for them.
Registered
so that
arms,
you know the
case.
control of what is happening before they can really possess those arms and ammunition.
There's now fear of a reprisal. Matter of fact, there's a video circulating online where a young man from the north has threatened that if the issue is not properly handled by the government, they will take revenge on southerners in the northern states. What should the government do to avert looming disaster?
Well, I think that's a good job for the Minister of Information and Public Orientation to do. Because like I told you, there are fundamental, root causes. And you will see that this particular incident in Uromi has brought out other things like religious intolerance, ethnicity, where people don't, these are root causes. These are things that they have in them that they've not been able to express openly. And when things like this happen, then they start talking. I saw that video, where the guy was talking about killing of Southerners because they are Muslims, and anybody who insult their leader is supposed to be killed and stuff like that. I think that we should be past that kind of rhetorics. And we should be able to, adjust people's mind to change that kind of narrative. Because if we allow these things to fester, like I said, many Christians were killed in the north. Nothing really happened. And then, of course, when there is a killing in the south, then you see a lot of people coming out, and then even the governor of Kano State was really talking tough the other day. But, the root causes have to be addressed. It is not what we are just seeing. Those ones are symptoms. The root causes of ethnicity, the root causes of religious intolerance have to be looked into properly to avoid this kind of situation in future.
Finally, the Edo State government says 14 people have been arrested and moved to Abuja for interrogation. That's 14 people arrested in connection to the crime. What protective measures should be adopted, and what steps can be taken to ensure improved working relations between the government and local security outfits? I know you mentioned certain steps, but now in terms of enhancing intelligence gathering and response strategies against criminal elements in the country.
Oh, well, the governor has taken some steps to make sure that, this illegality, because of course, jungle justice is an illegal thing to do. And of course, they've been arrested, they've been taken for interrogation, but that's not where it should end. I think this is the time to now gather these vigilantes or whoever, and then sit down with them, and then, of course, properly seek some advice from either the DSS and the police to make sure that they structure the vigilante properly. Who is going to supervise them? What is their communication systems? Who do they report to? And stuff like that. So this is the best time to do that. Because if you just arrest some people because tempers are high, and then, you allow people the vigilantes to continue until they meet another set of people again with guns and ammunition, then there is nothing we can do about it, because people are angry. People have lost their family members, and you cannot overlook that. And if the vigilantes are being formed to take care of that situation, then the governor should come in and, of course, formally structure them, because we don't want them to go into illegality, but we want the services they provide. So let us formalize this, and then, of course, create certain structures, communication lines and stuff like that for them.
Well, as we speak, the community tempers are high, like you mentioned, in the communities. They are scared of a reprisal, and hopefully the government controls the situation before that reprisal is carried out, which will be far worse. Mr. Dennis Amakri, former Assistant Director at the Department of State Services, we appreciate you sharing your thoughts on the program. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Well, that's it on this episode of the program. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV, 360 Sports. I'm Mudashir Shitu. Today I'll be your anchor and we'll talk about something interesting in the world of sport. I'm sure a lot of people are wondering that what's happening to the world of gymnasts. I mean, the sport have been in the country for a very long time. We've seen it participated at the African Games where we have a Nigerian that represented us in the past. And we also had at the National Sport Festival and the National Youth Games, and one of the athletes that represented the country, our state at the National Youth Games in Ilorin is our guest today. Actually, one of our guests today. It's good to have you, Treasure Ocheke, on the program.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here.
Do you know, how do you feel? Because I just introduced you that you've represented your state at the National Youth Games in Ilorin. Which state was that?
That was Anambra State.
Anambra State. Can you tell us what it means for you to stand tall? I'm happy that you're representing Anambra State as a very young girl. Tell us about that experience.
Well, I started when we went for youth games last year. Me, Wisdom, and Excel, we competed for Anambra State. So I got silver on power tumbling, and Excel got bronze, and also Wisdom got bronze. So yeah, I was really happy then.
Before I what I feel, because a lot of viewers out there watching us, some of them, you encourage them now. I mean, before I ask you how you started gymnastics, you tell us, are you happy that you are a gymnast?
Yes, since I saw my mom and dad starting gymnastics then when I was still little, I always had a passion for gymnastics. I loved the sports, and well, I had the genetics in my blood. So I started gymnastics when I was 4. But I started real gymnastics, started the flipping and stuff when I was 6 years old. Yeah. So
interesting. And you said something like it's hereditary. I mean, your mom represented the country in an African Games.
Yeah.
She came out with a bronze medal at that event, and I think she was once the team captain of the captain of Team Nigeria. What's your biggest motivator? I know both of them are your coach. Your mom or your dad?
To be honest, I would say my mom.
Okay.
Because my dad already stopped gymnastics a long time ago, so he came back as a coach. But I still see my mom do flipping and stuff, so she was like my highest motivation.
And how do you feel about it?
Well, I feel happy, and I feel good to have my coach as my dad and mom, so I can be able to trust them more.
Okay. Now let's not start. Tell us how you started gymnastics. I'm sure was gymnastics your first choice of any sport you want to participate? Just tell us how you started gymnastics.
That was really back then in Benin. My mom and dad used to go to the stadium and they train and coach. So sometimes when I'm free, I just go with them and I see people flipping and I enjoy the sport. So me, I also want to participate in it. So I just run, jump, and do some stuff, and then my dad would start clapping for me. I'm like, oh yeah, you can do this. Then I started fully when I was 6, and then my dad actually put more effort in me to start the sport, and then I started it, and I was good at it.
Interesting. Well, I know there are a lot of challenges when it comes to sport like this, and part of the challenges is combining education with sports. How old are you now?
Right now I'm 12.
It's okay. Combining sport, how do you able to combine going to the National Youth Games, one gymnastic competition or the other, and you're still in school? How did you, because it's a very ethics task for some to combine sports and education. How were you able to do that?
That is true. Yeah, it's true. Well, my dad once said one thing, that it is more to face your educations, that if he wants, he could stop the sport, but he wants me to get my education. So he also wants me to get gymnastics as a side effect, so that when I grow, I can also have my own career. So, well, I can add them together because I train before. When I come back from school, I train in the evening. and early in the morning around 6 I just do some fitness around outside. But now I train on Saturdays, Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Okay. So before we let you go, because we'll be talking to so many of your likes today, it's not about only Treasure. We have Olabukola in the house and another young boy, and also the man everybody knows as a gymnastic person in the country. You know, your dad is also going to be part of the show. So encourage people out there to participate in gymnastics.
Well, I would tell them that it is a really good sport and they should try it. It helps your brain activate, like it helps you get active. You know, some people they're just naturally dull, so gymnastics can actually make you active, and it also helps you educationally.
Okay.
So, and it gives you more, like it makes you a star. When you go for a competition, you win, you'll be happy, and people will look up to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Treasure. I wish I can just hold on to you throughout the program, but I need to talk to other prodigy just that not about you. So let's go for a quick break. We've been talking to Treasure Ocheke. She represented Anambra in the National Youth Games. She has won many medals for herself. And if you Google Ocheke, you probably see there are so many of the Ocheke participating in gymnastics, and she's just one of them. So we go for this quick break, a very short break. When we come back, we have some of these youngsters still with us. Yeah, welcome back. If you're just joining us, we'll be talking about gymnastics. Our earlier guest is Treasure Ocheke, and the newest guest we have in the house is Olubukola Alatishe. She's 7 years old, and she has been involved in gymnastics. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
So, why did you choose gymnastics?
Because it was pretty fun, and it could get me very fit.
Okay, because
it's really fun and it'll make me very fit.
Okay, so what part of gymnastics do you participate in? Which of them do you participate in?
I participate in
tumbling.
Yes.
And what? The flipping, the tumbling. Which of them do you participate in?
Both.
Both, okay. Now tell us one thing you like about gymnastics and the other sport like swimming, football, table tennis. Why did you decide to go for gymnastics?
Because it's very fun.
Okay.
And you also have to be serious doing it. And you can also have fun doing it.
Oh, you can also have fun doing it. So, do you want to be a gymnast when you grow up?
Yes.
Who told you that your mom, who has been encouraging you to be a gymnast? Tell us, because a lot of girls out there are looking at you and oh, this is a star, because you're already a star in the making already, because you've been participating in events, haven't you? So
yes.
Tell us more about gymnastics. Is it your dad that has been encouraging you, or your mom?
Both.
Both. So tell us how they encourage you.
They encourage me like, good job. And they're also clapping for whenever I do competitions.
Okay. Continue. Whenever you do competitions?
Yes.
So what happens when you do competition? Tell us.
Like, it has to be, like the judges are very strict. You have to, like, there's going to be a lot of people there.
Okay. So are you always shy when you see a lot of people there?
Yes.
So are
it's
you shy?
like it gives me a heart attack.
So how did you overcome that attack? Tell us, how do you overcome that attack?
Because I've been doing competition since.
Okay. And have you ever won gold medals in any of them?
Yes.
And is there a competition you're looking forward to? How is the school? You're a gymnast, you go to school, you're a gymnast, you go to school. How do you combine the two of them?
I also do gymnastics in my school.
Wow! Gymnastics in your school. So tell us, who encouraged you? Your teacher? Who encouraged you that?
Coach.
Tell us how they encourage you.
Like I do stunts in school, like same thing I do in the gym.
Okay. So who encouraged you the most in the gym?
My coaches and my siblings and my mother.
Okay.
What's the future ambition like? Do you want to be a gymnast, or you still want to be a doctor, or you still want to be an engineer, or even while you're a doctor, you also want to be a gymnast?
I really want to be a gymnast. And I also want to be a footballer.
Also want to be a footballer. Okay, which one is coming first? Gymnastic or football?
Gymnastic.
Oh, gymnastic. That's great. So, there are competitions coming in April. You know, there's a competition coming in April.
April 12.
April 12. So what are you doing to get a medal there?
I'm going to do my routine.
Okay.
I'm going to do vault.
Okay.
That's all.
That's all. So you're only participating in vault
and floor.
On the floor. So have you won any medal there?
Yes.
So tell us when you won medal in those categories.
Like they give us bronze, silver, gold. They're scoring us, like our perfection.
Oh, okay. We'll be speaking with Olubokala Alatishe. She is just 7 years old, and you can see how excited she is in participating in gymnastics. Like I said, these are just the other young gymnasts still with us in the studio, so we're still going to talk to one of them. Before we now go straight to the coach to tell us why he has been putting all his effort together. So we have this also quick break we need to go to, so that we can get the coach and also the young boy who is doing well for himself. Welcome back. We've got Excel Ocheke, a National Youth Games medalist last year. That was in Delta State, and still about gymnastics. Tell us how you came across gymnastics, Excel.
Yeah, I came across gymnastics 2 years ago in Benin.
Okay.
Before I started going to the stadium, I was practicing gymnastics with my siblings at home.
Okay.
Little by little, my mom introduced me to the stadium. Then I started going to the stadium, and I was very good at the sport, like very, very good. Then I was the captain of my team. Gradually, I went to the youth games, 2023 youth games. I got 1 gold, 2 silver, 1 bronze. I got a gold in best all-round, silver in floor, and silver in vault. So,
talking like a champion. So, tell us what has been the medals when your name was called, and the medal was on your neck at the youth games. Tell us how it feels like, the moment of excitement.
Well, I felt very great. Like, wow, this is my first national medal. Like, my father has been doing gymnastics in his own time. It was the best at his own time. Like me now, I want to be better than my father when I grow up. I want to make my parents proud. So
okay.
It feels very great.
And I know the feelings when your name is called. And now tell us, what's the future like? What's your plan because what's your plan for the future? You want to be a gymnast? You want to be at the Olympics? What's your plan?
Right now, I can see myself at the Olympics and being better than my father in his own time. And I want to make my parents proud. But my father's my coach by my side. I believe I can be very good. I'll be greater than him.